What do you want? Man, I haven't shot on this camera for a while. Bear with me a minute. Yeah, I know. Have a look. That's wide dynamic range. Ew. They're all the same. Cine, wide dynamic range. Yeah. Nice work, Rashida. Keep going.
3D. Look how you're doing 3D.
Right, thank you very much, everybody. Thanks very much. Thanks very much indeed. Thanks for coming for what will be a very, very exciting day. First, we're going to play a little opening video, which just sums up where we think the sector is. So if you could play the opening video, please. If that happens. Will? Whilst they're doing that, I'll just explain who I am. I'm Aid Thomas. I'm the Executive Director of Green TV, and I'm delighted to have you all here today. So as mentioned, a very, very warm welcome here to Oxford, to what we think is the first ever high-level dedicated business process for the business of e-bikes. I think as our opening video highlights, we're not here just to talk about bikes, we're here to talk about the transport tools that will help us seize a moment to decarbonize the transport sector and deliver a new world of improved air quality. But we're not really here to talk about the future, we're here to talk about the here and now, a world of opportunity that the e-bike sector is, I'm sure you all agree, has the potential to be front and center of. As a marker of just how much potential the e-bike sector has, I'm delighted that the Minister of State for Transport, Jessie Norman, has recorded a video message especially for the e-bike summit. So let's just take a moment to hear those words from Jessie Norman.
I'm Jessie Norman. I'm the e-bike and biking minister, amongst many other titles, and I'm just calling to say how much I wish I could be with you here today and how much I'm sick to death of the idea that I'm stuck in the House of Commons rather than talking with you about the joys of e-biking, e-cargo biking, and the transformational effect that can potentially have on urban and I think also rural mobility. As you all know, I'm a very keen biker and also e-biker and frankly e-mountain biker as well. You can probably see the holes in my head where I've just taken my cycling helmet off. And we've just been cycling, I've just been cycling back through pouring rain, so that apologies for my appearance. I wish I could be with you here today. It's a fantastic exercise. It's going to be the Woodstock of e-biking, I can tell that already. And I wish that you could celebrate with me today the support that we're giving to the sector through our e-cargo bike grant, £2 million, up to 20%, up to £1,000 in total for a grant towards e-cargo bikes. But also £100,000 that we're doing to support building capacity in the industry, because we think it's so important to do that. So those are two of the concrete measures we're taking as part of a much wider array of things we're doing to try to support cycling and walking as part of a really sustainable 21st century transport strategy. We wouldn't be able to do it without the support of the Energy Savings Trust. I'm very grateful to them as well. And thank you. I hope you have a fantastic day and good luck in your future endeavours. Thank you very much.
So many thanks to Jessie Norman for his warm words from the planet Westminster in the far distant galaxy of Brexit. So the stars may well be aligning for the e-bike sector with the DfT's e-cargo grant scheme, London's ultra-low emissions zone, which came into effect on Monday, and progressive cities like Oxford going even further with a zero emissions zone that comes into effect next year. I'm delighted to say that here in this room we have a packed house, 150 leaders. Many people wanted to attend. We had to turn them away. I spent 3 weeks turning people away, in fact, which is slightly disappointing, but a marker, I think, of just how much energy there is for this exciting new sector. We could have filmed the room twice over. And we also welcome a global audience watching on via our live webcast. Hopefully those who couldn't make it are watching on. I think we have all the constituencies of interest to really turn the wheels of e-bike business and help forge the partnerships that will help make e-bikes a central part of e-mobility that I'm sure we would all like to see. I'd like to say a few quick thank yous. Many thanks to Chris Astle and Chris Dunley from Bosch. Thanks to Steve Guridis from the Bicycle Association, and a special thanks to Phil Burrows and Mary Brooks from Oxford City Council, who have helped make this important event possible, genuine e-mobility leaders. Mary will be co-presenting along with Sinead Reid. And in a moment, I'll hand over to our headline sponsor, Richard Hughes from EDF Energy. We're very, very grateful to Richard and to EDF Energy for making a 2-year commitment to sponsor the e-bike summit. Thank you very much indeed, Richard. Before handing over to Richard for the rest of the day, I'm absolutely delighted to say our presenter will be 3 times BMX world champion. That's 3 times more than me. And recently announced as West Midlands Cycling and Walking Ambassador, Sinead Reid. Thank you very much, Sinead. Before handing over to Sinead and Mary and Richard, some thoughts from me, from my journey into the e-bike sector. And I have to confess, I'm a relatively new entrant into this sector from the automotive e-mobility space. My 3 thoughts are: think big. It seems to me this sector could and should imagine a world where the e-bike is seen as the optimum form of transport for most people and for most journeys. At the moment, that's the car. Let's think big and shift our baseline of understanding around the potential of the e-bike to take over really from the car. Reach out, connect with a wider audience. The room is full, which is great, but it's full of white middle-aged men, look like me. There's a world of people out there waiting to be excited about e-bike cycling, and a world of new customers too. Connect with them. Work together. The cycling sector is made up of small and medium-sized companies and organizations. With that, I think, comes a degree of insecurity and perhaps fear of competition. I would suggest embrace the opportunities that are opening up. Look to make new friends and forge partnerships. The e-bike summit is dedicated to making the space and the time available for that. So let's shift gear and shift our baseline of understanding and possibilities. And now a few opening words from Richard from EDF Energy, our headline sponsor for the summit. Richard, over to you.
Hello, I'm really proud to be representing EDF Energy here at this inaugural e-bike summit. We are the country's largest producer and supplier of low-carbon electricity. And I'm hoping to have some great conversations with people about how we make sure that e-bikes are low-carbon, as we discussed during the day. I'd like to say thanks also to Wolfson College for hosting the event. It's a fantastic facility. It's a modern and forward-thinking college, but set in an institution which is 1,000 years old. I was interested to see the motto of Wolfson College. I won't try and pronounce the Latin, but the sentiment of it is nothing that people do is foreign to me. So another way of saying that might be we get people. And I think it's really interesting as you walk through the bike park and out in the courtyard there to see the range of bikes, the range of use cases, the range of applications of technology but it's always to people. And I think the difference for me between a slow adoption of a technology and a rapid tipping point is really that human understanding, that making it easy for the person, making it feel good, often making it look good. The aesthetics of some of these bikes are just fantastic. And I think that's what makes the difference often between a technology that's probably in many cases been around for a while and what I sense is actually a tipping point here for the sector. I mentioned EDF Energy and low carbon, and I think that's something else, that sort of that human psychology. The same applies to climate change and the adoption of low carbon. It can be less convenient to charge your bike or your car at a time that's optimal for low carbon. But if you're not doing that, then you are probably still powering your bike or your car via a coal power station, ultimately. So you can imagine a little coal power station attached to your electric bike if you're not thinking about how you charge. But again, the way we make that successful is by making it easy for the consumer, so they don't have to think about it. And that's, again, where you can apply technology in a human-centered way to solve problems. And I think that really summarizes this silent revolution that we're seeing here with eBike. So I really look forward to the rest of the day, to the speeches and to chatting with you in the breaks. So as Aid said, next up is Mary Brooks and Sinead Reid. I think Mary will introduce herself. And as Aid has said, Sinead is a cycling superstar, 3 times world BMX champion. So welcome, Mary and Sinead.
Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here today taking on the presenter role. So it's the first eBike Summit, but it's the first time I've done something like this. So if I make a few mistakes, bear with me. We're in this together. So the presenter role is the first eBike Summit, particularly in my new role as a cycling walking ambassador for the West Midlands.
And I'm Mary Brooks. I'm the Sustainable City Manager at Oxford City Council. My team have been quite heavily involved in some of the electric vehicle projects and infrastructure projects in the city. I'm really pleased today that actually we're taking that conversation beyond just the cars and the buses and the trucks, but we're talking about cycling as well, and the wealth of potential that could bring to our city and also to the connections to the surrounding countryside. I'm afraid I am going to have to dash away in the middle of the day to go and talk to some taxi drivers about adopting electric vehicles, but I'm really excited to be here, particularly for our first panel on cities, and I'll be back to chat to you all later on. So before we leap into the main business of the day, just need to cover a quick housekeeping point. We're not expecting a fire alarm today, but please be aware there are fire exits here and another one up at the back there.
As well as our fantastic lineup of speakers we have an incredible lineup of e-bikes here at Wolston College Home for the Day. Looking forward to hearing all about the e-bikes and what they can do in competitions very soon.
Key today is going to be the networking. The whole event is designed around introductions and trying to have those conversations that lead to real action. So our team of introducers are central to that. You each have your own allocated introducer, and so please seek them out. But the team are headed up by Jake and Hal. Where are Jake and Hal? Waving up at the back. Waving up at the back. So if you haven't met your introducer yet, you can seek out Jake or Hal, and they'll make sure you get that introduction and taking you into the networking session.
Today, we'll have 22 speakers across 5 panels and our keynotes discussing the challenges and the opportunities on our journey to the e-bike mobility. These are exciting times, and this is going to be a great summit today. So to get started, I am very pleased to introduce our opening keynote consumer service manager at Rally UK. Andy, please could you join us on stage?
Thank you very much for the introduction. Yeah, my name's Andy Naylor. I work for Rally UK. I'm pleased to be in the cycling industry. I'm relatively new. I've been in the industry about 18 months now. And I have to admit, e-bikes is one of the most exciting sectors within the cycling industry. So I thought I'd start with some statistics. So if you take the import data for e-bikes over the last 5 years, we're around about 575% growth in the e-bike sector alone. Now, if you take 575% of nothing, it's not such a huge number. It did start off relatively small, and it is still relatively small in the context of Europe, although it is a rapidly growing sector of the market. If you take some examples from across Europe, clicker seems to be a little bit slow. So last year in Germany alone, there was 1 million e-bikes sold in the market, which is significantly higher than in the UK. If you then take the Netherlands as a second example, more than half of the bike sales in the Netherlands last year, if you exclude kids' bikes, was e-bikes. So we can see 2 leading examples in the rest of Europe. And I think it's now the UK's turn to catch up with the rest of Europe in terms of e-bike sales. So the question which was posed by Aid before the summit was really about what are the barriers, and is infrastructure really the key to all of this? I think there was a few presentations this morning, and there will be some more presentations today that talk quite in detail about infrastructure. But clearly, if you take the infrastructure in both the Netherlands and in Germany, they're way ahead of us in terms of what they do. Cycling around Oxford yesterday evening, just sampling the roads, I still had to give way at quite a lot of junctions to motor vehicles. So I think from a UK perspective, the infrastructure really is key. And I think going alongside that infrastructure, it's really about getting the right culture and having that right cycling culture so that motorists get their own space on the road alongside the people who are choosing to use bicycles to commute on. So really, from a cultural point of view, I think the UK has a lot of catching up to do with the rest of Europe. And I think in terms of cycling culture, if you go to the Netherlands, you can see that from the offset. It really is about bike first. And if you ride a bike around Amsterdam, you very rarely have to give way to traffic. You normally have the right of way. In terms of the barriers that are there to the cycling industry, I think it's quite positive news in terms of what we do in the UK. So I will go through some of the barriers. We did a bit of brainstorming in the office about what these could be, and we ended up with about 16 slides. So I've condensed it into one, which I think are the key points. So really, it's about the cost of purchase and maintenance of e-bikes. It's about limited number of e-bike retailers, although I'll touch on that in a moment. Fitness levels potentially is an issue for certain people. E-bikes remove that as a barrier to entry. The perception of cyclists, so you don't have to be clad in lycra to go out riding an e-bike. You can quite happily ride in your work attire and get to work without really having to don the lycra. And then the question we're often hit, e-bikes are for old people. We're actually seeing a change in the market at the minute where more and more young people are actually considering using the e-bike as an alternative, a viable alternative to motor vehicles. In terms of opportunities around the key one there, which is the cost of ownership, we're already seeing bike-to-work schemes where we're allowed to go up over and above the £1,000 mark. There's some really great work that the Bicycle Association has done this week with bike dealers out there, which allows them to give people options to lease bikes and to get financing options on bikes. And there's a lot of paper use and rental and leasing schemes available across the UK now. So I think even though those barriers are there in terms of cost of ownership, there are a lot of tools there now to arm retailers with the ability and consumers with the ability to afford these e-bikes. In terms of retail itself, I've kind of gone with a non-rally dealer here, you'd be pleased to know, in terms of some of the barriers to the market. So having e-bike specialists as opposed to traditional bike shops, like this one you can see in the image. The good news is that there is a rise of electric bike specialists. With an electric bike, there is a little bit more specialization in terms of the mechanics, the skills that are required. Also, the way that the e-bikes are sold in an electric bike shop are slightly different maybe to what they would have been traditionally in non-electric bike shops in the past. I think we heard this morning, for anyone at the breakfast meeting, and those people who've been outside and rode the electric bikes, demo riding is key. So having stores which can have the stock available for customers to try is key. And that's what Rally UK are currently working with our network of dealers to be able to do that and to help them finance those test riding bikes and have those bikes available. Electric bikes is a massive growth area. The 575% gets bigger each year, and we're seeing double-digit growth in that sector of the bike market every year. And that is a great opportunity in a market of retail, which in some areas is actually suffering at the minute. For anyone who knows local bike shops, we do see a lot of bike shops closing over the last few years. Those that are branching out into electric bikes are growing. So it is an area of growth. And Rally is part of the Axel Group, which is a Dutch company, and Rally and Axel are completely committed in terms of getting more and more retailers up to the standard that's required to sell e-bikes. And that includes specialists and also bike shops which want to sell both traditional bicycles and electric bicycles. So there's two ways that can be done. This is one example, which is ebikeshop.co.uk. There are many, many more of our dealers that I could choose. And these are really electric bike only specialist stores, and they are purely specializing in electric bikes. And then we also have the concept of a specialist within a store. So we see the likes of Halfords having a lot of information and a big push at the moment on electric bikes. We also see Cycle Republic, which is having half of their shops now dedicated to electric bikes. What you can't see on that photo is that the right-hand side of that shop is purely focused on electric bikes. And people like Evans and other companies similar to that who are really specialists within a store. So in terms of Rally, I think we're quite well positioned with the dealer networks that we have to be able to offer consumers that right journey when it comes to e-bikes. And in terms of the technology that's available, Axel Group, I believe, are the #1 purchaser of Bosch components in the world, and we have access to a lot of technology through the Axel Group. So an example on the left is an electric tandem from Sparta, and on the top right is Baboo, which is a big company in the UK which is doing more of the commercial side of things and the e-mobility. In terms of the benefits of cycling, I'm pretty sure this will get touched on later in the day and has been already this morning at the breakfast meeting. But there's plenty of benefits to cycling. There are a lot of cyclists, I'm guessing, in the room who can sign up to all of these. And quite often, people say that cycling is hard. Anyone who's tried an e-bike, it's not hard. It's fun, and it is relatively straightforward when you've got that pedal assist to help you. In terms of what we're doing at Rally, so these are just a few Instagram posts. So our MD, Pippa Wibberley, is now no longer owning a BMW. So she's swapped her BMW for one of our other brands, Highbike, and she's riding every day now on an e-bike. And it really is a viable alternative to a car. She's saved around about 5 minutes, and if there's traffic, she saves more than 5 minutes. So if it's a busy day or there's an accident, she can easily get to and from work. Myself, I'm still driving a car. However, 3 days a week, I try to cycle. What I've tried to do over the past few weeks leading up to this summit is actually on the 2 days where I would normally take my car, I've actually rode an e-bike because I wanted to see how it was. And to be honest, it's been great fun. I've felt a lot better when I got to work. I have had days where I've flown past traffic when there's been temporary traffic lights. So in terms of being ambassadors for e-bikes, I think both myself and Pippa will say it is a viable alternative to motor vehicles. It's great fun. In terms of sort of closing thoughts, Aid asked me just to give a personal touch on what I thought about the e-bike sector and where the opportunities lay and what the real benefits of e-biking were. I actually asked my daughter and asked her in particular what should I say to you guys today. And when I asked her about myself and cycling, she said, I think I like Daddy best when he's cycling. So I broke my back last year and I had 3 months when I wasn't cycling. I'll not tell you how I did it, but my daughter said that you're happy when you're cycling, and I like that. So I think it's really cool that my 11-year-old daughter can see that within me. And I think from a mental health point of view, the mental health costs the NHS around about 105 billion per year. And I think that's probably something that we should all be aware of. So promoting cycling, from my perspective, is really about mental health and well-being and staying happy. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. I thought it was interesting how through both Richard and Andy's talks there was that theme about people at the centre of things. So maybe in the conversations today, that's something to take as a challenge or a source of inspiration. So now it's time for our very first panel of the day. And it's going to be a great start. It's one that I'm particularly interested in, around cities and mobility. So can you please join me in a warm welcome to the stage for Taco Carlier, founder of Van Moof. Steve Milton, global communications and marketing leader at Mobike. And Richard Thorpe, founder and managing director of GoCycle. Now our panel today is supported by Cycling UK, and I've heard that Duncan Dolinmore might have been delayed. Duncan, are you here? Duncan, please come to the stage as well. Head of campaigns at Cycling UK. So first up is Taco Carlier, founder of Van Moof. Taco founded the Bike Meets Tech company together with his brother Tees in 2009, and it's now a global brand creating smart electric city bikes. Taco, super excited to have you as our first panel speaker.
Thanks. Thanks for the introduction. Great to be here. I love riding my bike. I commute through Amsterdam every day on my bike. And it's my dream that the people in San Francisco, New York, London, Paris, Tokyo, and Oxford start riding bikes just as much as we do in Amsterdam. I believe, I founded the company.
That's my slide.
No problem. Oh, that's not mine too. Oh, sorry.
Can you paint a picture for us?
Yeah, I'll just start. Our bikes are outside, so you can see them after my presentation. At Van Moof, we try to approach things a little bit different. I think we hardly work with suppliers from the traditional bike industry. We always try to develop and produce things completely in-house. So we have a global team now based in Amsterdam with a big office in Taipei and in New York. What we also do different is we sell direct only. So we only sell our bikes online and in our own stores. Our stores are in San Francisco, New York, Paris, London, Amsterdam, Berlin, and Tokyo. So we have a big in-house R&D team, and one example of things we are doing different is our bike box. We had a big issue with the transport of our bikes, especially in the US. Almost 25% of the bikes arrived damaged. So we printed a big television on the box. It was 4 or 5 years ago. This really was an issue because you can imagine if 25% of the bikes arrived damaged, that's a big amount of costs. So we sat down for a brainstorm session, and we thought, what do Americans really like? So we printed a big television, so it looks like the biggest flat screen you ever saw, and our transport damages were reduced to just 1 or 2%, and the problem was completely solved. A small example of our different approach. I think our bikes are a little bit different too. Everything is integrated. We have a big battery. It's more than 500 watt-hour, but it's completely integrated in the bikes. Also, we try to integrate cables, wires as much as possible in such a way that it doesn't look like an e-bike, and also sometimes that it doesn't feel like an e-bike. In that case, that you can completely switch it off, and then it rides like a normal bike. Do we already have the presentation, or is it? No, then I'll just continue. So everything is integrated, and what also comes with the bike is a lot of integrated technology against theft. So we have a kind of 4-step alarm system. When you lock the bike, you lock it by just pushing a button with your feet, and then a lock goes through the rear wheel, through the axis of the rear wheel, so thieves cannot access that lock. So it's until now completely indestructible. So when you lock the bike, it automatically switches off, and then if you touch it, an alarm will go off. At first it's a soft alarm that will go louder over time. If you still decide as a thief to steal the bike, the owner will get a message on his smartphone that somebody is tampering with his bike, and he can report it stolen. And then we have a global team of bike hunters who go after the thieves, and they go all over the world. So we have bikes that were stolen in Paris, that were sent to, we could track them, went to Brussels and then all the way to Casablanca. Our bike hunters went there and got the bikes back. We've been in Ukraine, we've been all over the US, and we always try to get the bikes back. At the moment, we retrieve kind of 70-75% of the bikes. It's still rising, that percentage. We feel that's really important because as a company, we always try to overcome the barriers that prevent people to buy an e-bike or a bike. Bike theft is, for us, is one of the biggest reasons people are still scared to buy to purchase an e-bike. So therefore, we believe if we can solve bike theft, then we can further grow the amount of e-bikes. At the moment, we guarantee it. So if you buy a Famoof, then and it's stolen, our bike hunters have 2 weeks to find it back. If we cannot find it, you will get a new bike. I say buy all the time, but that's not always the case anymore. Most of our customers at the moment subscribe to our bikes. So you don't purchase it anymore, you subscribe to the bike, you pay a fixed fee of a few hundred euros or pounds, and you pay a monthly fee. You can always quit, but you lose your fixed fee. We introduced this for the smart bikes, so those are traditional bikes, approximately 1 year ago, and already 70% of the sales is subscriptions. We are introducing it for our electric bikes now. So let me ramp it up where we are now. It's a little bit different without slides, but we are about 100,000 riders now globally. It's growing very fast. Like was told, already in the Netherlands, the e-bike market is much bigger than the traditional bike market, and it completely switched from older people in the past 10 years to commuters now. And our target group is getting younger and younger and younger, and completely is replacing cars in cities. And we believe that e-bikes will completely change the way people move around in cities like San Francisco, London, and Tokyo. Thanks for listening, and I'm looking forward to speak to you all, and have a great day.
Many thanks, Taco, for setting the scene so well and starting off the first panel session. Next, I would like to welcome Steve Milton, Global Communications and Marketing Leader at Mobike. Steve Milton is Head of Growth at Mobike, the world's largest bike share company. Steve has a particular need for an e-bike as his only way to keep up with his cousin, Alex Dowsett, who is a cyclist who held the famous world one-hour record before it was beaten by Sir Bradley Wiggins. We'll have to have a little race later. So without further ado, I'll introduce Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you. You've seen my slide, I think. I don't know which button to push. There we go. So good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here at this groundbreaking event. I'm Steve Milton from Mobike. Let me just recap about Mobike, and actually Mobike in Europe, because you may have heard about Mobike in China, but here in Europe, we operate in 6 countries, and in 2018, we had 10 million rides in what was our first full year of operation. Steve Pye's in the room. He was employee number 1 at Mobike, and Steve's a good friend and a much missed colleague, and we're grateful for his contribution. So the key question for Mobike is electric kick scooters or e-bikes. Now, I do appreciate it's somewhat strange to come to an e-bike conference in a market where they're illegal and talk about scooters. But in a world of capital resources that are constrained, where should micromobility platforms place their bets or deploy their investors' cash, e-bikes or scooters? Before I answer that question, it's worth being clear that we at Mobike still see tremendous value in the humble bicycle. We believe that a sustainable shared mobility platform, bikes are a very important substitute for electric vehicles for many reasons. Now, e-bikes or scooters, why do I ask that question? Well, for us, the future of shared mobility is clearly electric. Electric vehicles have clear advantages, and we'll hear much of that today. We've already heard indeed. No exertion required. People zip around the city at higher average speeds, emission-free, and probably faster than the car as well. But for us as sharing players, there are three challenges that we have to address. First and foremost, electric bikes need charging, and that equals increased operational cost and complexity. Secondly, electric vehicles are simply more complex to repair than mechanical bikes. And thirdly, there's generally a higher asset cost, which makes it even more crucial that we don't lose bikes through theft, vandalism, or technical or operational reasons. So operational cost for e-bikes is going to be a very defining factor. But let's switch to a user perspective. For scooters, I should say, the price per ride of a current scooter is €3 per ride, and that has to cover the increased cost of charging hardware and any overheads. At 2 rides per day for the average user, 20 rides per month, a typical commuter could spend up to €100 per month on micromobility. And that, to us, is getting to a point where it's not easily affordable. Now, the cost of scooters may decrease in the short term due to competition, or in the longer term due to better hardware. But if you think a commuter spending £1,000 a year on a scooter is probably a tipping point to where they will start to buy their own e-vehicles, because that is not an expense that people can afford. And that's why we at Mobike believe that e-bikes are a potentially more affordable mode of transport than scooters, because the e-bike is cheaper from operational costs, has better durability than scooters. We also happen to believe that e-bikes are a more stable form of transport from a health perspective, but that's a whole nother conference to discuss safety on e-bikes and scooters. Now, the core question for us will be, do we invest resources and we build hardware ourselves, or do we rely on large OEMs? We have been at Mobike traditionally an OEM, but we're still very interested to talk to hardware manufacturers like Taco, etc. Because the the e-scooter market so far, it's consumer hardware, and it's not really up to sharing. I mean, you've seen the data. We estimate that a scooter will last 28 days in operations, and that's probably the reason why most scooter startups don't deploy their data. So, taking those two primary factors together, user experience and cost, for me, the e-bike is A, more affordable for users, and B, more suitable in terms of operations from a long enough life cycle for it to be profitable. So at Mobike, we're very bullish on e-bikes, but of course, investors love scooters. And we will see that at Mobike, we will have a blended fleet of bikes, e-bikes and scooters, with scooters and e-bikes coming later this year. But for us, it's a question of when that comes. Now, I saw Nick Brown from Bike, who's also an early partner of Mobike, who's in the room as well today, wrote on LinkedIn that cycling is the new golf. So let me steal a golf analogy to finish. The old golfing term is something like, you drive for show, you putt for dough. And I think in shared mobility, it's going to be a case of more likely it's scooters for show, e-bikes for dough. So thank you very much for your time. I look forward to speaking to you, many of you today. Thank you much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. And we have a lot of Mobikes around in Oxford. Hopefully, probably most people have seen them on the way in. So I imagine we'll see some of your E1s soon as well. Our final panel speaker is Richard Thorpe, founder and managing director of GoCycle. I had a lot of fun on a GoCycle outside this morning. So welcome, Richard, to tell us a bit more about your work.
Can you explain this machine? Here's an interesting factoid. it'll cost you about £5 to travel 5,000 e-bike miles. So for EDF, maybe you need to invest in cars. These e-bikes are so efficient. I mean, in terms of the kind of reward back to society for mileage traveled on bicycle or e-bike, that's something like a 500x return on investment in like the first year. And these are the things that we really need to be starting to focus in on if we're going to fix some of the problems we've got in our cities and save the planet. I left McLaren Cars in 2002 to start the company, and that makes me an e-bike pioneer. Probably before most of you guys were thinking about e-bikes, we had launched our Go Cycle G1 in 2009. And we're celebrating our 10th year anniversary now with our new fast folding model, GX. What's really exciting for me about this emerging, cool, foldable e-bike category is that we've got some really strong players coming into the market. Probably the best folding bike in the world. Brompton just launched their electric bike last year. We've also got Turn, which is a premium electric folder that came into the market about 2 years ago. And there's even a newcomer to the scene, Hummingbird. And what's really neat about this is there's 3 British companies in this emerging category. It's very exciting. So we're talking about what can we do to accelerate the adoption of e-bikes? And I think there are 4 different categories. Infrastructure, awareness, cost, and I'm going to be talking about incentives because that's where I think we need to get to. And what I've been thinking actually on my commute for the past year. Because every morning we've got some real difficult choices to make. You can either get into the cozy car or you can get out there in the rain and get on your bicycle. And again, you know, I guess having been at this now for 17 years, the hockey stick is still not quite happening. I think it's generally happening. In the last 2 years, there certainly feels like there's a lot more of, I think someone said earlier, a tipping point is about there. But still, we've got some serious challenges. Now, e-bikes definitely go a long way to bridging the gap between a bicycle and a car. I think they light up the same part of our brain, our car-wired brain. When you feel the whoosh of the e-bike motor, it's the same as the accelerator on your sports car. So I really feel like electric bikes have a shot at displacing the car in terms of the dominant form of two-wheel sustainable transport. But even if you're lucky enough to be me on the world's most advanced electric bike commuting, that's not speed, by the way. You still have some interesting challenges. I mean, this is on my commute. It's not central London, but I'm thinking I'm out here doing my bit for the planet, saving the NHS money, making myself healthy, or am I? You know, with that reading of the PM 2.5 particles, maybe I'm just slowly killing myself out there. Now, you know, there are a lot of schemes that reduce some of the costs of e-bikes, and they've been around for a while. I remember having an entire year's business plan on cycle to work scheme. And, you know, they're challenging. They're quite complicated. They don't scale organically. There are a lot of companies, as you can see, that set up schemes to make it easier. And there's still some of these big issues. We get into this, and then we're saying that, hey, you know, let's go out to this. And when you see that, you think, wow, most people, other than committed cyclists, are thinking, you couldn't pay me enough to do that. And that's kind of where my thinking has got to, because there are hundreds of studies throughout the world that say e-bikes or bicycles have a net benefit to society. I think we lost it. Yeah. And the math is really simple. The math is really simple. And when I'm out there on my commute and you're thinking about the big picture stuff that's happening, sometimes you think, you know, is it really an option to do nothing anymore? And on one particular commute, I kind of got really worked up about this, have felt a bit inspired to introduce something whereby, you know, we just got to level the playing field here. If we want people to get out there and tackle all those barriers to getting on an e-bike, we just got to pay people, because the net benefits to society are positive. So I got off my commute and I thought, I'm going to talk to these people. Yeah. I think they'll get there in the end. They'll get there in the end. But really, I came to the point where I thought, you know, we can sit here and talk about what someone else should do or policies that we should have in place. And I go back to that 17 years since I started the company. And I felt like, you know, I need to do something about this today. I mean, I'm a pioneer in the industry. What can I do today? I'm the director of an electric bike company. And so we just decided to do something. And today, eBike Miles is born. We now pay our staff 40p a mile for every e-bike mile they travel. Hopefully, this might start something. If you're a small business owner, you can just do this. And I'm confident the government is going to come back, maybe 5 years, and give us credit for all of our e-bike miles that we've paid our staff and the net benefits to society that that's going to bring. Thank you.
That was great stuff. Thank you, Richard. I don't know about you guys, but I'm learning a lot already about the e-bikes and everything that has to offer, and I'm wanting one myself now, actually. So thank you for completing our first lineup of speakers. Finally, I'd like to introduce our panel sponsor, Duncan Dollamore from Cycling UK, to talk about their work, and finally introduce our first all-important networking session. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here, and thanks very much to Taco, Steve and Richard for their fascinating comments about things that have been done in the industry to promote e-bike use and the benefits of people taking up e-bike riding. Cycling UK, for those of you who don't know, our strategy is to get millions of more people cycling. It's as simple as that. That includes people on e-bikes, on bikes that don't have electric assist. So this is a fascinating conference for us to be involved with. But we can't do that on our own, which is why it's great that there's such a varied group of people in this audience who can discuss this, because it needs industry, government, campaigning groups, and lots of people to be involved in this if we're to achieve that. But I want to go back to the theme of today, which is the barriers and opportunities and what they are to prevent or to encourage the rapid shift to e-bike mobility. There's a danger when we look at that we end up in a conversation about numbers. And we start talking about how fast the European market's grown, what the percentage of increase of sales of e-bikes has been in Holland or Belgium or Germany, why the UK market has been slightly slower to progress. And you start talking about that and you forget the equally important issue, which is what are the demographics? What are the groups that are taking up e-bike use? And what are the barriers to particular groups? The government last year touched upon this when they had a consultation on the future of mobility. And it will probably come as no surprise to hear that as a cycling charity, we focused very much on e-bikes. But as well as making the case for more e-bike use, we were very keen to focus on a call for further support for particular groups to take up e-bike riding. We need to look at older people, health patients, those with disabilities, and those from lower income groups who are faced with transport deprivation. Before I go a little bit deeper into that, it's probably helpful at this point to just revert to a little bit of a personal story about why I think there's such a great benefit or potential for e-bike use. So several years ago, I was a bit skeptical about e-bikes. Why did I need to think about them? I was fit enough to ride a normal bike. I was quite a regular cyclist. Why should I bother thinking about e-bikes? And then a mate of mine was rushed into hospital a few days before Christmas, Nick. He had a quadruple heart bypass. He was clinically obese. He was several stone overweight, and he was lucky to survive. Came the new year when he came out of hospital, and he was too unfit to do any standard form of exercise. He couldn't even start walking, but he was nudged to get himself an e-bike. And his e-bike journey started because some of his mates cycled on a Saturday to a cafe about 11 or 12 miles away. A mixed journey involved driving the van to the cafe, getting the e-bike out and riding 1 mile to meet them and 1 mile back. And it's been a very, very slow journey, but the distance increased. He did more and more with each passing month. Several years later, he's several stone lighter. He's got over social isolation. He's now got a non-e-bike. He still has his e-bike, and the e-bike journey has allowed him to transform his life in a very gradual way, which wouldn't have been open to him because he was simply unfit enough to jump on a normal bike or just start doing what we think about as traditional exercise. So that changed my view about e-bikes, but he did have two huge advantages. The first was he had mates who were nudging him and planting the seed of e-bikes in his brain. And the second was he was in employment and he was able to just go out and buy one. And so he didn't have that barrier that some people have. Now, when we're talking about taking up e-bike riding, it's important to remember that the groups I've just mentioned, they're already unrepresented in the cycling population in the UK. We already have a problem in relation to the demographic and age group of people who are cycling. And encouraging more e-book use could address some of those market failures that we've got. And how do you do that? How do we remove those barriers? Well, actually, we already have a very good idea about that, but we're just not really putting it into practice, because there's been localized schemes where there's been try before you buy type schemes. And we know that they're incredibly successful in achieving a form of modal shift and getting over that lack of confidence that people have about taking up a new activity, purchasing a new type of vehicle and trying a different form of transport. And that's why last year, our main call when we responded to the government was that there needed to be some more support, whether it's central, local, industry-led, it really doesn't matter, but there needs to be some support to actually develop more community-based try before you buy schemes, because otherwise we're going to have the same demographic coming into e-bikes, and that's not going to achieve the maximum benefits and potential for people. So people with disabilities, we often forget within the cycling advocacy field that there's numerous people for whom a bicycle or a tricycle is their mobility aid. They struggle to walk, and getting into an e-bike, getting onto an e-bike or an e-tricycle is a way of addressing their mobility. There are people, for example, who are eligible for a mobility scooter who would rather actually not have a mobility scooter, but would rather have an electric tricycle because it enables them to maintain some level of activity. And with older people and health professionals, and health patients, we have a public health crisis at the moment in terms of the cost to the NHS of dealing with illness, a large part of which could be addressed if it was prevented. And we know that works with schemes where there are effectively exercise on referral schemes, where we have walk for health schemes, and Cycling UK's own, based in Leeds, Cycle for Health scheme. We've not managed to roll those out in an industry level or a national level in terms of referral schemes where people are encouraged to take up e-bike riding as a means of addressing public health issues, which could have huge savings for the public purse. And finally, job seekers in areas of transport deprivation. Those of us with a reasonable level of disposable income can often forget that if you're unemployed and you live 6 or 7 miles away from somewhere which offers you a job on night shift starting at 2 in the morning, where there's no public transport, we forget the difficulties that those people have taking up that employment. And there needs to be more consideration of the type of wheels to work scheme that can bring economic benefits to regions, industries, and actually get more people using e-bikes to travel to and from work. There's some of the barriers that exist for many people, and they straddle confidence and money. But money can be used as the excuse or can be put forward by those that are lacking in confidence. And those that are lacking in confidence to take up e-bikes need to have some encouragement to try something new. So I think my message for you today is, as well as thinking about expanding e-bikes as a concept overall, as a global concept, as something in terms of the number of sales, it's also important that we look at how we get a wider group of people involved riding e-bikes, because it's that group of people where there's the greatest opportunity to maximize the benefits that this incredible technology presents. Thank you very much. I think this afternoon, if we could continue these conversations in the networks, that would be fantastic.
Everybody, if you'd like to join us for the networking session.
We built an optimizer tool where we use it automatically. We put all the docket you have, and then you calculate like many parameters per set, and then you say which driver to take, which ride, and which light route. So we return the data to you in a more optimal way. Yes.
I can mention it to our eBike team that we had. I'm sure they have with you. I was just reminded to have one. I was like,
No, this is a product that's very new for us. You won't even see it on the website. We call it Optimizer. Very soon it will be live. It really like takes into account everything and give you the like this and run it. With delivery, with traffic,
it's nice to meet you.
thanks for your time.
Right, that's it.
If you come here, maybe I can talk later. Everybody, welcome back to the second panel. Thanks very much. Thank you. So welcome back to the second panel. Hopefully everybody was great. Just to introduce Sinead Greenhow and then our second panelist. So Sinead, please welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Hope everyone had a nice little break and refreshment. So welcome back everyone. Hope everyone had some fruitful discussions and had their first networking session. So our second panel for the day is Pleasure Bikes panel. Please welcome to the stage, which are already here, guys. Danny Cow, Business Development Executive of Mountain Bike Centre of Scotland. Charlie Mellor, General Manager of Lummenberg. Timo Gura, Head of International Strategy, and Rice and Miller. And the panel is supported by Oxford Brookes University with our speaker from Oxford Brookes, Tim Johns, Reader in Urban Mobility. So we'll talk a little bit about, give you a little bit about the background of everybody. Danny Cow. First, Danny Cow. Danny heads up Business and Development for Scotland's Bicycle Innovation and Business Development Centre. Since 2014, they've supported over 250 Scottish businesses who make a wide range of cycling products and services from bike frame manufacturers to sports drink and cycling clothing. A proud e-mountain bike owner, which days he trains his riding experience. So unlike the purist, he doesn't shy away from using the turbo too, and he booked it to be refined. Welcome to the lectern, Danny. Thank you.
thanks everyone. Thanks for the introduction. I've got 6 minutes to chat through e-mountain biking. I'm going to split this in half to the first being opportunities in tourism and infrastructure and market, and the second being on the product development side, and then I'll come on later to discuss what I do. Why am I mountain biking? Well, I stupidly decided to go back and play a game of rugby a few years ago and lasted 10 minutes because they said what's the worst that could happen, and had my knee done. Apologies for the picture, the leg here and there is absolutely horrible, so sorry. And that led me to buy my e-mountain bike, so I've been doing that for the past year. Mountain biking in Scotland, and why is it important with e-mountain biking? We have the outdoor access codes, so like the rest of the UK, we can head up almost any hill or mountain that we want to. You can be down in Castle and you can go up to the top of the inaccessible pinnacle in the Google and Snoop Sky, and very progressive legislation. Big events, so we host the 4th William World Cup, Downhill World Cup every year. So there's obviously a huge scope for, we've not really seen many e-bike mountain events soon, but we get over 4 William every year, so there looks a lot of scope for more e-bike events. Barriers to e-mountain biking. So there's a lot of fear from landowners that e-mountain bikes are motorbikes and they're going to churn up the hillside and cause massive disruption. But anyone who mountain biked in the late 80s or early 90s, this was your normal experience of mountain biking, which was going through in the bog. So we could change it. We built some good infrastructure. You built good trails that are well drained, that are packed down, so on and so forth like that. It's just the same with e-mountain biking. We need to invest in the infrastructure. The only difference with an e-mountain bike is obviously more people can get over the barrier of that hill or that mountain and get to far-flung places. But in general, in Scotland, we're incredibly supportive of e-mountain biking, and we're doing a lot to dispel the fears of landowners. Again, I've just shown you already what we've got on our routes guide in Scotland. They're the trail centres. There's actually a few more since this has happened. And then obviously you can go wherever you want with the outdoor access code. Why is this important? Back on, sorry, for Scotland. Well, the mountain bike economy in Scotland is worth £408 million. Tourism is worth 117 million, and obviously we see e-mountain biking as a huge growth there. Some stats for the e-mountain bike market that I borrowed from Enduro Mountain Bike magazine. Compared to normal mountain bikers, the average age of a mountain biker is 10 years older with a higher household income. So these people have got more disposable incomes than your average mountain biker. Also, a lot of them, we've found, are time poor as well. And if you look at golf and how golf's changed from 18 holes being too much to 9 holes, there's a lot of people out there who go, I've got a short period of time to go out on my e-mountain bike. I've got 90 minutes or 2 hours rather than 4 or 5. Then this is where the e-mountain bike's becoming really popular. New markets, kids and families. Again, we're seeing a lot more in the wider tourism element. If you think of it like skiing, there's years ago, a lot of the skiing marketing was a guy generally going sideways with powder spraying everywhere, looking really macho. Mountain biking obviously has that element of that, but we're doing more and more to see kids and families on there. This is an innovation competition we ran with kids and frogs bikes. And already we've discussed earlier on today about mental health. We did a pilot project with the National Health Service and the Scottish Borders, where we had 10 participants who suffered badly from mental health, and we got them out on mountain bikes with the social work team, with our partners developing mountain biking in Scotland, and with Edinburgh Napier University. Now, some of them obviously had fitness barriers or mobility barriers where they felt they couldn't keep up with the groups on the normal mountain bikes, so they got e-mountain bikes. And that pilot was a huge success. It changed the progress of all the people on it. You'll hear people in Japan talk about forest bathing, riding your bike through a forest. That's mountain biking, that's why we do it. It's fantastic. Moving on now quickly, this is the organisation I work for, Mountain Bike Centre of Scotland. So we are an innovation centre with various economic development partners. As you said, we've been on the go since 2014. We work with the mountain bike industry in Scotland to develop products or services. So what are the opportunities for e-mountain biking product development? Go on to the next one. So we go through e-mountain bike components much quicker than we do on other bikes because of the weight of the bike, how much we thrash them, so on and so forth like that. So we work with a lot of companies to develop products for e-mountain bikes. This is a company called Flare, previously a motorbike company called Scott Oiler, and they do an automatic chain oiler which can attach to e-mountain bikes, normal mountain bikes. Now that increases the durability of the components, and it also increases the performance as well because it has an oil and a lubricant on the chain. Another issue, back one, on e-mountain bikes, especially, is the derailleur. You've got a lot of torque going through there. On a normal mountain bike, that smashes off a lot. We're working with a company in Scotland who are developing a combined gearbox and e-bike motor that's in prototyping stage, and they're looking to license that to manufacturers at the moment. So a lot of what we do is working with industry, looking at the new product development. Finishing up, we've just about to get funding for the world's first mountain bike innovation centre in Innerleithen in the Scottish borders. Now this is from the Borderland City and Region deal. We're getting about £20 million package from the UK and Scottish governments. That will build a world-class bike park in the Tweed Valley and also fit out an innovation centre where, amongst other things, we want to work with SMEs in Scotland and also the international bike industry with an indoor test track, accelerated lifetime testing, basically taking the lessons from the automotive industry where they have the car testing and development there and putting out there. And then the last reason why we mountain bike and do everything is it's fun and we don't take ourselves too seriously. Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Danny. That was, everyone would agree, a beast of a speech that you just did there. And me personally, I've been to Scotland on a holiday, but I would love to go along to do an event there or to be, able to help you out with the projects that you seem to have going on, because it sounds like you've got some great stuff happening. So our second speaker, I'm very happy to say, is Charlie Mellor, is the co-founder of Hummingbird, along with designer Peter. Charlie joined Hummingbird after 20 years working in the London in branded fashion, managing product development and design teams. Hummingbird laid claim to making the world's lightest e-bike. Charlie, we look forward to the heavy talk. Charlie, take the stage. Thank you.
I'm not going to do the slides. I'm going to leave it to these guys. Hello, everyone. Hello, e-bike fans. So yeah, why did I decide to join up a startup bicycle business after 20 years in fashion, you might ask? Well, I was initially introduced to this beautiful design, which delivered such freedom, and I quickly saw the huge potential of Hummingbird. In a rapidly changing world needing solutions for urban mobility, Hummingbird, I thought, offered something quite unique. Fashion by its nature is highly wasteful industry and documented how damaging the environment impact is. It's constantly reinventing itself to offer new products each season, often every week. And it thrives on this old adage of out with the old and in with the new. So I felt like a change and wanted to do something a little bit more greener and for the environment. The Hummingbird's been so cleverly engineered that it's evolving quite organically. It's being tweaked and not reinvented constantly. So we're working on a product that's evolving beautifully. Each season, I used to oversee a design of over 50 different combinations of a Fred Perry shirt. A lot of that ending up in landfill, and offering just 4 paint colors initially for Hummingbird was a great change. Hummingbird was about to launch its e-bike model when I joined last summer, and when I first rode it, I realized it was going to be a game changer. But it's not just enough to have a great looking design, no disrespect, Peter, but e-bikes are not a new phenomenon, but they're often still very much misunderstood. It's been talked about earlier on in the previous talks. This leads to the challenge of engaging with the end consumer, especially like us if you're focused on selling directly online. E-bike awareness and attitudes are slowly changing in the UK. Industry trade shows show that we went to the London Bike Show the other day, and there's a much greater range of bike offers, which should get rid of this sort of it's cheating quips that you often associated early on with e-bikes. I think in only the last couple of years, the benefits of e-bikes are really being appreciated. This means that existing cyclists are now adopting e-bikes more rapidly, along with a brand new customer who may not have considered cycling at all previously. This combined with proved advanced technology means new e-bikes are more practical and have much better functionality. The combination of urban congestion, raising environmental consciousness and health benefits are making cycling more and more appealing, and e-bikes mean this appeal is now much more broad. The ability to travel further with less effort using an e-bike is not just practical, it is great fun. Perhaps a simple fact that is not being celebrated enough at the moment. So the original Hummingbird was born out of the desire for increased urban mobility and also a little bit of romance. Peter designed and first made the prototype for his girlfriend, who was struggling with the weight of carrying a conventional folding bike up 5 flights of London stairs. The innovative prototype quickly found champions, and the engineering of the design was realized at ProDrive in spring 2017, so we're still very young. After a successful Kickstarter campaign, the final bikes were delivered to customers in December 2017, and this is when the demand for the electric model escalated, and it was a reflection of the growth of the e-bike market. After reviewing the options to electrify, including designing our own system, we favored an available, tried and tested design. Our innovative Fold suited an all-in-one hub. It enabled us to keep down the weight of our bike and not compromise the functionality. The weight of the bike has been our focus. Our electric Hummingbird weighs just over 10 kilograms, half the weight of a conventional electric bike. This equals freedom. The existing customer with a single spade model can also upgrade to an electric just by changing the wheel, so we can convert e-bike users. It's also meant keeping down development costs and getting our electric model much quicker to market, which has been essential in this booming sector. Like I say, the electric Hummingbird is great fun. Whenever someone takes it for a test ride, they inevitably return with a really broad smile. 30% of our sales are now electric models, and we think this will tip 50% by the end of the year. Our marketing to date has not been aggressive. A majority of our customers are just searching lightweight folding bike. They're finding us. They're seasoned cyclists, some of them, but many are just looking to join the e-bike revolution, particularly where weight and portability is the top of their requirements. The eye-catching design is also a huge draw. We're finding the customer loves the stealth nature of the all-in-one concealed motor. They like to see that they feel that the Hummingbird is not electric, and that really is a key selling point for us. Being shortlisted for a Design Award and stocked in the Conran shops has been a further great endorsement from the design world for us. It's been really exciting corresponding with new customers virtually every day all over the world and helping them get mobile. One of our biggest achievements a few weeks ago was selling a customer an electric Hummingbird. He found it was the perfect solution for his challenging commute, and he sold his car, which was one of our sort of big moments in the office. He also meant he didn't have to move house, so he saved a lot of money. Our e-bike can be taken wherever you go. It can be stored securely, so there's no concern about the value of the e-bike and it being stolen. We encourage our customers to take their bikes wherever they go. People are using our e-bike for the final mile, so we're getting a lot of people doing the park and ride schemes like in Oxford, taking their electric bike with them and then taking it for that final mile. It also fits in a suitcase, and the battery size is compliant for international flight regulations, so you can literally take it anywhere you go, including any city. And on a trip to some potential customers in Berlin last summer, we packed a couple of bikes, and I experienced the joy of exploring an unfamiliar city for the weekend without using any other form of transport. We rode all day to appointments, getting tired and hot, and it really showed to me the benefits of an e-bike, using it as a working tool. Something which, again, the customer, I think, is starting to understand and pick up, and it's a barrier that we're breaking down. The freedom of cycling is a very simple pleasure, and it forms very strong memories from an early age. My first rally BMX was a very significant day for me in 1982, thanks to clever product placement in ET, I think. But the first experience of an e-bike is something which I think will also stay with you. Getting people onto a bike, getting them to experience the excitement and the joy of it is something which we can all join in trying to spread. We're taking quite a fairly unconventional approach to how we behave and develop as a bicycle business, and in this current climate, it seems to be working for us. But the rise of the popularity of the e-bike is a wave that we're enjoying riding, and currently we're focused on all the opportunities around us that it's bringing. The big picture has some challenges, of course, which we can't ignore, but we are trying to focus on the pleasure, the benefits and the freedom of a lightweight folding e-bike. And we've got one outside, so I hope you ever go later on, and I look forward to meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the interesting speech. It was really good to hear more about the products. Third on the panel up is Timo, Head of International Strategy, and Rees and Muller. Since 2007, Timo supported German brands in becoming global players in the world of e-bikes. For Timo, riding his e-bike means freedom, freedom from traffic, the freedom to enjoy the nature and to be a part of the modern mobility. Timo, please come to pass on your insights from the German market.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Timo. It's a pleasure to be here today. I arrived here yesterday from Germany, and it's really good to feel the energy over here, to feel that e-bikes are becoming more popular here in the UK. And I want to give you an overview about Rees and Müller, what we do, our vision, and why we think e-bikes are a mobility solution of the future. So Rees and Müller has been founded in 1993, and it all started with a folding bike called Birdie. The company has been founded by Markus Riese and Heiko Müller. That is where the brand name is coming from. So it's pronounced Rees and Müller. I will repeat it a couple of times today because I recognize that it's a pretty difficult brand name when it comes to international markets. So today we are producing premium e-bikes and e-cargo bikes, like you see in the picture over here. All these bikes are manufactured at our headquarters in Darmstadt, which is that's a city which is not so far away from Frankfurt. I wanted to show you this picture today because it shows really good the life in bigger cities today. I personally appreciate living in bigger cities because you have plenty of possibilities over there. But today you also have chaotic traffic. And then I ask myself, is it still a pleasure or is it still healthy to live in such environments or in such cities which are crowded by traffic? I would say no, and we want to change the situation in bigger cities. How we can change that? We think we can change all this with e-bikes. So maybe in future, cities can look like this, where cycling infrastructure is more focused on cycling lanes, where the riders of e-bikes, e-cargo bikes, or regular bikes are in the focus. So what we do at Rees and Müller, we produce e-bikes with very high standards. We consider us as a premium brand. We want to deliver high quality and very good technology to our customers. Here you see, for example, an e-bike called the Homage, where you see special features like dual battery for unbeatable range. We offer ABS, anti-lock braking systems provided by Bosch, or we offer continuous light, so that you have a lot of safety aspects while commuting to work, for example, because we recognize that especially for commuters, safety is a very important aspect. Here you see one of our flagships, the cargo bike, the Load. Now it's available with the transport solution for 3 children. And we really believe in e-cargo bikes. It's still a small category, not only in the UK, but also in Germany or in other countries in Europe, all over the world. But we push this category and we believe that is the real replacement of a car, because you can transport heavy loads, you can transport your children, you can transport your friend, or you can just do your normal stuff that you want to do every day with your car. So it's the ideal replacement. At the same time, we offer a lot of features. Also here, safety aspect is very important. These bikes are available with rain covers, different seating options for children. So that is our flagship. E-cargo bikes can be used for private and for business purpose, of course. Here you see it in the private use. And for business, of course, it's a good mobility solution to transport heavy loads or tools, for example. Here you see our latest model, the multi-charger. This on the multi-charger, you can even carry your friend. So why taking a car to go to the movies? You can also just use the multi-charger, which is also available with plenty of options, so that you can get rid of your car. What we also believe in, besides cargo bikes and e-bikes in general, is the topic high-speed bikes, or well known as S-pedelecs, that can go up to 45 kilometers per hour. Most of our bikes are available as high-speed versions, how we call it. And that is also something we want to push, and we appreciate activities like in Denmark, where the high-speed bikes are allowed on cycling lanes, and you don't have to have a traffic a plate in order to be able to use this bike. Here you see some examples. Again, as makers of future mobility, we want to bring back the pleasure to mobility to people. For us, that means shifting to e-bikes without having any limits. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Timo. I think your words will resonate with many of us, so thank you for your insights. Our Pleasure Bikes panel supporter is from Oxford Brookes University. Our speaker to introduce the research on e-bike rides is Tim Jones, reading Urban Bike Mobility, Oxford Brookes University. Tim, would you like to join us? Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I think we're still in morning, aren't we? Good morning, everybody. My name is Tim Jones from Oxford Brookes University, and I want to talk to you about some research that I did about 3 years ago, and hopefully answer the question, what are the benefits of e-bikes to health and well-being, and also how can these benefits be realised? So this is based on the cycle boom research, as I say, that ran from 2013 to 2016. We worked, skipping ahead. Sticky button. So that was really to understand cycling amongst the older population, but we did have an e-bike study within that, which I'm going to focus on today. We focused at 4 cities. We recruited people from those areas. And as I say, we did quite a few different methods and techniques to understand older mobility, but we're going to focus on the cycling and wellbeing trial in this session. So we recruited 100 adults from across the cities, aged between 50 and 83. And we put them on an 8-week e-bike trial. We asked them to ride the e-bike for 3 times, 30 minutes a week over that period. At the start of the trial, they conducted some cognitive tests and measures of well-being, and also kept a diary throughout the trial of their experiences, what they did with the e-bikes and their experiences of using them. So we had quite a rich data set. This is an example of one of our oldest participants, Brian, very clear, nice laid out diary of his experiences, so very rich data. So we found that, in summary, people embraced the trial. They really enjoyed re-engaging with cycling. There were generally people that had hiatus in cycling and come back to it through our trial. They embraced the trial. They've had positive experiences. About 2/3 of them reported a positive experience. And indeed, some went on to buy e-bikes after the trial. The key findings from that seem to be automatically changing. I'm not sure why, but e-bike cyclists spent more time on average each week than pedal cyclists. So we had pedal cyclists and e-bikers. The e-bikers tended to ride the bikes more, and that's often because they went further on their bikes, exploring the local area and beyond, and improved their confidence in doing so. There was improved mental function, so our cognitive test showed improved mental function. So that's in terms of spatial reasoning, just cognitive processes that we use on a daily basis. That improved amongst both sets of e-bikers and pedal cyclists. But interestingly, we found much improved mental health for both sets, but a larger effect for e-bike users. Now that could have been because of the novelty of e-bikes, but nevertheless, it'd be interesting to see future research look at the longevity of those health benefits. Okay, so I mean, in summary then, our research, obviously in 6 minutes, I can't really give you the scientific detail, but they offer the potential for people and different types of people to engage with cycling in the outdoors. And it's also obviously got potential for mental health benefits as well as the physical health benefits. I think that's a key point really, to think of health in a holistic sense and not just get obsessed with the kind of visceral physical activity that public health tends to focus on. So thinking about the wider benefits. So how do we realise the benefits? Well, I think that requires multiple stakeholders involved in delivering that. So we looked at it from an age-friendly lens, a World Health Organization age-friendly lens. And if we could go on. Thank you. So obviously promotion's a key thing, promoting e-bikes more widely, tackling stigma that's already been realized, as mentioned earlier. That was a key thing amongst our participants. They mentioned about people saying they were cheating, and it wasn't really, you weren't really pedaling. You know, people generally thought you just sat on it and moved and you didn't have to put power through the pedals yourself. There's the role of retailers. We had people from our broader study talking about being laughed out of retail shops when they went in to ask about e-bikes, or people ill-equipped in the shops to advise them. Tax incentives, obviously there's the bike to work scheme, so thinking about how that can be broadened out and could facilitate purchase of e-bikes in the workplace and beyond that, of course. Bespoke e-bike training, we found that there wasn't any bespoke e-bike training through Bikeability, so we had to work with a local bike co-op to develop that program and deliver it with our participants prior to engaging with the trial. Obviously, public exposure is really important. I was in the Netherlands when I was doing this study in the city of Groningen, and in the centre of the town on a Saturday, I had a big e-bike trial, crowds of people around trying them out. So that would be great to see that in cities across the UK. I'll abandon that. E-mobility solutions, thinking more broadly than just cycling. You know, people use multiple forms of transport. So thinking about the e-bike in the context of other forms of mobility. Park and ride's been mentioned. Even carrying bikes on cars, which some of our participants had difficulty doing. So thinking more holistically and broadly than just about the bike. Reducing the weight, needless to say, that's a big issue around e-bikes, or at least was in 2000 up to 2016. I know that technology is developing since then. And diversity of design. We found that one of the bikes we were using that were sort of promoted as gentlemen's bikes and women's bikes, you know, we found on the continent, it's generally unisex, step-through frames. That's how the bikes are sold. So just thinking about how you market the product and how you sell it to different market groups. Beauty and simplicity. Our participants from our diaries talked about the complication of using the e-bike, the computer, the controls. They want simplicity. They want to be able to take the power off or go, or potentially have a bit of turbo, but they don't want the complexity of multiple features on the bike. Thinking of them, as mentioned earlier, e-bikes as mobility tools, so think of it as a whole package, the things that you can integrate into that bike beyond a regular bike, such as locking devices, obviously all the things that you kind of expect on the continent when you ride a bike that you don't necessarily get on hybrids in the UK. Monitoring use is really important. As I say, when I was working in the Netherlands, coinciding with this project, my research colleagues there reported that the Dutch government actually monitors e-bike use within its travel strategy, whereas we don't do that in the UK. So all of the e-bike use that's going on is going unmonitored. So that's really important. It's stating the case for e-biking and obviously unlocking potential. So I suppose a summary of what I'm trying to say from our small set of research, and it was with that particular demographic, is that cycling could make a really positive contribution to active aging, as you know, the message is going out for people to be more active in older ages as they get older, and I think e-bikes have got a major role to play for that. Secondly, to think more holistically about health benefits. Don't obsess over the physical activity and the visceral feeling of cycling. A lot of people don't want that. They just want to use the bike as a tool for getting outdoors, connecting with other people, connecting with nature, and obviously that has a positive benefit for well-being. So well-being and health should be a focus around e-bike marketing and promotion. Okay, there's further details on the science of the study in the references below, and I assume the slides will become available after the event. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank Danny, Charlie and Timo for their interesting talks, and I believe we're now going to be invited for networking.
Thanks so much, everybody. off to the networking session and then lunch. Thanks very much. Thanks to the panel. Hi there, everybody. Hi. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. I hope you had a great time at lunch. Let's all start to focus on the afternoon session. I'm just basically here to get everyone to be quiet, and then I'll introduce Mary and Sinead, who will subsequently introduce our keynote speaker for the afternoon, Luke from HSBC. Mary, Sinead, please.
So a big warm welcome back. I hope everyone's enjoyed their lunch and is refreshed and ready to go for this afternoon session. So I'm absolutely delighted to introduce keynote speaker Luke Harper, head of British cycling at HSBC UK, who I know very well. Luke, indeed HSBC are proud supporters of all things cycling, and we are excited about the new e-bike world that's opening up. Luke lives here in Oxford, wife and 2 children, and he said he often goes out cycling with his family. Please give me a warm welcome to Luke and come on stage.
Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed lunch. Told me the chocolate brownie was exceptional, but she's a 4 times BMX champion, can eat it, and I can't. So I stuck to the celery. So if we move on to the first slide, over the next, I've only got 2 slides. You'll be delighted to know, given the slight technological issues. In fact, there's 3 slides because then we'll move on to the next one. This slide here, if you haven't seen it already, would give some indication as to why a bank, because I get asked this question most days, why would a bank get involved in cycling? So for those who know nothing about HSBC UK, we're involved in cycling, I'll give you a little insight and then talk through electric bikes and personally for myself, what the reason is and what we're trying to do as a bank. So for those who have no idea about HSBC, we're a global bank. We have 270,000 employees across the group and 50,000 in the UK. We have about 12 million customers in the UK. And within that, we have a HQ in Birmingham we opened last year. We wanted to do something slightly different in terms of traditional partnership sponsorship. If you look at League or NatWest and cricket or RBS and rugby, if you know the kind of main banks, we want to do something different. There's a perception within, rightly or wrongly, around the role of banks and what they're doing in the communities and the lives of people operate. Most people know HSBC, think we're a big foreign bank, drugs money in Mexico or whatever else you've seen. And actually, we don't care about the people in deepest, darkest Wales or Dorset, wherever you're from. So launching the UK Bank gives a real unique opportunity to do something different. So we call this a societal partnership. Again, I get asked the question, what is a societal partnership? Well, something in the society we live, and I live in Oxford and lived here for the last couple of years and love it as a city because of all it offers for my children and for the people who want to be active. So a societal partnership was something that showed us being active with the people that we work with, we employ and our customers. So we termed the societal partnership, we signed up with British Cycling, and we're with British Cycling for 8 years. Never been done before in the history of sponsorship partnership. Why? Because it takes 8 years, and we talk about electric bikes and how long it will take to reach that tipping point as normal. I said before this job, I lived in Vancouver, and if you've ever been to Vancouver, there's 3 things it's famous for. One is Lululemon. If you don't know what Lululemon is, it's yoga pants. At some point, it became normal to walk around in yoga pants at 10 o'clock at night, at 10 o'clock in the morning, at 3 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, while you're eating or whatever else you're doing. And it's the same with life. At some point, the country for 3 years, I came back, I said at some point it became normal to wear lycra that's fitting, walk into a coffee shop and wonder why everyone's staring at them. And then it became normal. And there's this point around normalisation of cycling, and I'm exactly the same with electric bikes, that we as a bank wanted to be heavily involved in the normalisation of cycling, but also do something that's for everyone. So this advert went live on Monday. I'm putting it up. If you haven't seen it, hopefully you will. We're hoping at least 50% of the population to see it 7 times. That's the market for it. Sorry, go back to the previous slide. So the point of this manifesto, and if you haven't seen anything about HSBC this year, you may have seen being in the news for, apparently we are pro staying in the EU. It's just a political view. So we are a bank that clearly is global, but also exists for the customers. And most of the cycling industry, why? Because if you have any trade, you're going to use a bank that does that. But this piece around being on your bike and let's ride, we were very clear that not, and I say not, this was not for the traditional man in Lycra. This was not for me with my mates on a Sunday morning cycling the Chilterns. It was for my wife and my 2 children. So Let's Ride was this whole concept that becomes a movement. And when it becomes a movement, it becomes normal, and we will normalise cycling as well as on electric bikes. So we partnered with launch a whole load of ride series. So you may or may not see me close down 16 city centres across the year. What we do in the likes of Birmingham, Manchester, Sheffield, Leeds, and we close roads for the day. Why? Because it gives the chance to come out and children to come out and use that road when there's no other vehicles and give it a chance. And I was thinking earlier, what do we do with electric bikes? Where are those? Because I'm a big firm believer that you give it a go on an electric bike, you will not go back. I keep referring it to black and white television when you couldn't colour the balls when you're watching snooker. You thought it was great, and then you see it on colour, you're like, oh, this is really interesting. So electric bikes give that whole sense of something new and fresh. So Let's is our kind of strategic vision, and this piece around greener, fitter, healthier I talk about all the time. Why? Because there's not many sports you can do on your way to work. Some people run, but you can't generally play rugby or football or hockey. So cycling to work gives us that sense of I've burnt some calories, I've saved the planet, and I've got to work feeling ready for work. And the statistics show that, and we're just doing a piece of research with the University of Glasgow, doing a lot of work on public health, where we've analysed every bit of academic research over the last 12 months, both North and South Hemisphere and cross, because we want it, but also do an actual experiment within our employee workforce, because it hasn't been done before. So of the 50,000 employees in the UK, they're clearly geographically split. Background, ethnicity, we'll pick a number of those and use them as an experiment. Why? Because we want to normalise Let's Ride. So the greener piece is how many, 10% of the workforce at the moment commutes to work on a bike, but only 2% of sales are electric bikes. Is this whole piece to do to movement? And the fitter piece is the 6 disciplines. So there are 12 disciplines of cycling. Name all 12 a day. But the 6 disciplines that I know is about, if you're on a BMX in urban city centre, that's just as fantastic being on a mountain bike in Wales, and thinking about road to mountain to outdoor is just as important. So the fitter is actually creating a whole understanding the breadth and depth of cycling, and the healthier piece is just the inactive to active, the wonderful stat that it costs over £800 to get an person to active versus £24 from someone to cycling. That this was never getting the person who's running, doing triathlons to think, oh, my knees are gone, I'm just going to get on a bike. This is about the person that hasn't been for years. The fitter, healthier piece is really the strategy we're on. And this piece around families, females and first timers is 3 Fs, that if you are already running, going to cycle is not that difficult. If you haven't been on a bike for 20 years, it's bloody difficult. And that's where I think electric bikes are kind of the saviour of cycling. So I was in Nottingham, we did 6 focus groups with British Cycling, and we paid for a number of people to come, and I was sat behind the glass where that they can't see you, they can't hear you, you can see them and hear them, and it was 12 women. And we were asking the 12 women, what would it take to get you cycling? And it's great, because they've got no agenda. They're not there to get some of sponsorship money or assets money or free, but they just tell you what they think. And stuff around confidence, looking daft in Lycra to it takes too long, so I don't know how to look after a bike, and all this kind of maintenance is, well, how do we simplify that? And how do we work with key partners to get this whole idea that it's just as easy to get on a bike, whether you've not been on a bike for 20 years, whether you want to go out with your family, whether you're a first timer. And I said the first time could be the first time you do a hill climb, as much as the first time you get on a bike after 20 years. And the joy for me, I said, there's really only 2 things I do with my wife and 2 children. One is cycling around Oxford, generally between, I don't tell too many people because it could give all kinds of strange connotations as a father of 2. So don't report me on that basis. But, and actually when you're cycling with a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old, guess what? People slow down and go around you. When I'm cycling out with my friends in our Lycra looking despicable, they kind of want to knock us off. So there's this whole piece around how do we normalise cycling, get kids out on bikes in the family piece. So moves on to, we'll go on to the next slide, this piece around all the events So we do Let's Ride events, city centre, we do Breeze, which is a women's only, we do Ready Set Ride, which is children. There's something available for everyone. And when we talk about individuals, and I can talk about the commercial sector. So for our 12 million customers, we've just launching into the British Cycling membership offer. Why? Because we want to talk to 12 million people. What BC have, they have reach. We don't have any expertise in cycling, but British Cycling give that. We have people that can coach, we have people that can train, but we're very much working through our colleagues, the 50,000 to be advocates and go out there and do stuff. And then we're starting to talk to our 12 million customers, this is year 3 of year 8. And it's the first actually offer and the marketing campaign, which is the advert you'll see 7 times in the next 2 weeks. So when it comes round, it's like, how do we, and then what is it we need to do with the industry? So we did some research about 1,800 clients in the cycling sector bank with us, some majority are here today. And we'll know whether you bank with HSBC, but ultimately the industry itself, this is better together than being alone. And together form is our motto with British Cycling. So this isn't about being together. This isn't about going off and doing your own thing. I think there's space for every fold-up electric bike. I think there's space for electric mountain bikes. It's just about getting it out there. So to our 12 million customers, or can we speak through a marketing campaign about, one, why we're doing it, which is clear, greener, fitter, healthier, it's better for us all. 2, then we need to take. And I was sat there with our commercial strategy team. So we have a head of sustainable finance, we have a head of infrastructure, we have a head of retail sector. And we know the retail sector struggled and a number of independent bike stores are closed, but ultimately electric bikes is just about what that way. Because there is no silver bullet. I can tell you now there is no silver bullet, otherwise we'd just give away 1,000 bikes and hope it solved it. I think the story of my mother's just turned 70. She came out to Vancouver and she said, I haven't been on a bike in 20 years, Luke. I said, well, we're going to Stanley Park. If you haven't been to Stanley Park, it's a 10K loop. And you pretty much have to cycle it because everyone else is. It's that normalisation. Well, everyone else is on a bike. You better get on a bike. So I get my mum on a bike and she absolutely loves it. She's like, Luke, this is brilliant. I'm in the Peak District called Bakewell. She said, the only shop in Bakewell now is an electric bike shop. I said, there you go. That's what it's about. A lot of hills in the Peak District if you haven't been. So getting my mum on an electric bike and just showing her benefits as she gets older, with my father and coming out with us as a family. Like there's so many different ways, and so exciting to hear this morning about different options, and my mind's gone buzzing around what we can do. It's just about getting it out there, talking about why HSBC is involved with British Cycling. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Luke. That was a great speech, and I can vouch as a British cycling athlete and being involved with some projects that HSBC have done and become an ambassador for that brand as well. And it's been fantastic how they've actually, not just about the elite of the sport, but they've actually gone from, working with getting more females into cycling, children, obviously talking about the different bikes and, the different roles that they play. So yeah, I can vouch for an athlete that they are actually doing all that, these fantastic partnerships so far.
So our first panel for the afternoon session, and perhaps the hot mobility topic of the moment, e-cargo and the first and last mile. So please welcome to the stage our panel speakers.
Paul Mather, Global Vehicles Lead Deliveroo.
Tom Grant, founder of Oxwash.
Dr. Kevin Golding-Williams of Cycling and Walking Policy, Department of Transport.
And our panel sponsor, the exciting startup, is Nigel Gordon-Stewart, the CEO of Electric Assisted Vehicle, EVE.
We're here.
Oh, excellent. Are you not coming? We'll get you on the stage later then.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you.
First, may I introduce Paul Mather from Deliveroo. Paul started his career as an officer working extensively with armed vehicles in the UK, Canada and Afghanistan. He then managed food delivery logistics for Deliveroo on the streets of London. He joins us after taking on the biggest and most rewarding challenge to date, and Deliveroo riders around the world using electrical vehicles. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. Apologies, it's a bit of a struggle doing everything with one arm. I was feeling a bit down in the dumps, having gone over my handlebars and broken my collarbone, but it makes me feel a lot better that I saw a YouTube video of Sinead's talking about having broken basically every bone. So there's time yet. Okay, can I have please? Right, so Deliveroo first of all. So Deliveroo is a success story, or so to say. We're based in London, where we were founded in 2013. These are some of our global headline stats, so have a little look at those. In the UK, around 20,000 of our riders are delivering high quality food to customers every day, every night. We also operate in 13 countries across Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and Australasia. We're a global company now. And Deliveroo is one of Europe's fastest growing companies, topping the FT 1000 list of companies with the highest compound growth rate. Next slide, please. Okay, so we believe that food matters. We believe that our role is to bring everyone the joy of whatever they want, whenever they want. And we want that to be easy, trusted, and for every occasion, not just for special occasions. And we want people to have that emotional reward of confidence, joy of eating, and freedom. Essentially, Deliveroo is on a mission to become the definitive food company. Next slide, please. It's important to note that delivery riders are self-employed and independent, and as such, they choose their own vehicle. We're therefore not a fleet manager, but we rely on our engagement channels to educate riders. In addition, our rider partnerships function secure best-in-class deals and discounts for riders, which partners offer in return for a large and highly engaged group of target customers. Our specialist e-bike partners include established players like Turn, and also young startups like Bolt Bikes, founded by an ex-Deliveroo colleague who started out renting e-bikes to couriers in Melbourne while he was still working for Deliveroo. We also work with high street retailers like Halfords, Cycle Republic, Decathlon, and specialists like safety companies Cycle. Over the past year, rental deals are popular, and I'll talk a little bit about that now. By the way, if you're looking to become a Deliveroo partner, my colleagues Andrew are here today, so please go and speak to them. Next slide. So this is one of the concepts that we tested. We borrowed one of Turn's GSD e-cargo bikes. And we tested a multi-food drop concept, which went really well, something that we're potentially looking to roll out in the future. You can see this model on display here today, actually. We've also conducted some other sort of black ops trials, which you won't have heard about, but you might hear about at some point in the future. So keep your eyes peeled for those. Next slide, please. This is probably my proudest e-bike achievement to date. So it's the launch of a UK first PTT rental scheme. This allows delivery riders initially in London to rent built light flexibly for just £12 a day with discounts for longer term rentals. Going forward, we want to make this a fully on-demand service. To put that £12 into context, the average rider is earning in the region of £10 an hour in the and riders at peak are easily able to make £15 to £20 an hour. In addition, we know from data that e-bikers do 20% more orders an hour than pedal cyclists. So that's a really significant increase in earnings. The opportunity to increase earnings and control costs is really significant for riders, and this is a real step that we've taken to address that. This R&D and testing was conducted in close collaboration with Deliveroo, so we very much informed the design as well as the look of the bike. I won't bore you with the specs, but I can tell you that it's a beast. Something that essentially removes the barrier to entry for riders who want to try an e-bike for deliveries with no upfront cost, which is an industry first for the gig economy. Furthermore, riders are able to swap the removable batteries at ETT's rental hubs, and they can also carry them up into their flat or wherever they live and charge them from a standard 3-pin socket, which is a real advantage. Deliveroo also provides insurance for public liability and sickness and accidents, so riders have that peace of mind when they're renting. Within a couple of weeks of soft launching, not even gone officially public yet, we've got over 50 riders renting these e-bikes and a long waiting list ETT's next container from China is actually delayed, which is unfortunate because the waiting list is getting longer and longer, but it's something that we think is going to become really successful in future. Next slide, please. Finally, to sum up, these are some really important figures for you particularly to take in. So 60% of delivery riders today use a bicycle. The remainder are either on foot or they're using a scooter or a car. We're working hard to transition those scooters and cars to electric variants, of course, but the bicycles in particular are a really big opportunity, I think, for us. So of those 60%, 5% are already using an e-bike, and all of that 5% has developed pretty much over the past 18 months, which is huge growth. So e-bikes can help increase riders' earnings by increasing their speed and decreasing their fatigue, increase their flexibility and rent them, and also increase their safety. So they're more alert, they're more able to match traffic in the cities, and generally they're on a higher quality vehicle. So of the remaining 55% who are on pedal bikes, they're ripe for conversion. So they're the kind of people that you industry players in this room need to be talking to or talking to us about. So that 55% represents 33,000 potential e-bike customers globally, 11,000 just in the UK, which would make a pretty decent increase in figures. We know that 80% of riders say that they would be interested in testing an electric vehicle. 80%, that's huge. That's across all vehicle types, including scooters and cars. So I encourage you to talk to us so that we can talk to riders and get your products and services in front of riders. And basically, to sum up, I think the opportunity for e-bikes for us is about making being a delivery rider more inclusive so that you don't have to worry about being physically fit. Maybe you even have a medical problem, but you're able to deliver food on an e-bike comfortably, safely. You can wrap up when it's raining or when it's windy, stay warm. And we only think it's a question of time, really, before the vast majority of our riders globally are using e-bikes. Delivery is doing its part to turn the wheels of e-bike progress. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Paul. How exciting is that? I'm really interested to hear what you're saying about the benefits to your delivery guys out there and women out there in earnings. When we're engaging people in our city centre about preparation for the zero emission zone, I'd love to have someone local who's really seen that person for how they're earning come out of this technology. That with some of our local businesses, that'd be fantastic. So Kyle Grant is our second speaker. He's the founder of company called Bosch. He himself as an overexcitable ex-NASA scientist with a penchant for sustainability in unsexy markets. He believes e-bikes are the future, last and first six on planet Earth and beyond.
Very much for the intro. That was kind of in cheek when I sent it to Aid, and I'm really glad that that's so thank you very much. With Oxwash, why we were founded as a business and really our vision for the future. So we started the business a year ago to tackle as a beachhead market, the laundry, cleaning and linen. It's an unsexy market, something you do after studying PhD universities such as this, but with unsexy industries come a first field that's ripe for disruption using digitalization, new technology, renewables and things like that. It really helped us focus on our purpose, which is to wash and waste, and that will become more obvious as I go. Could I grab the next slide, please? So the industry, and actually many other industries such as recycling, healthcare, 3D printing, manufacturing, but the service and the customer part separated geographically, usually by quite large distances, and large diesel vans used then to service customers with consolidation hubs that I've already heard today actually add cost and complexity to lots of different operators. Not only is that logistics space inefficient, but also the service itself, the washing, to tackle not only the logistics, but how we actually wash things as well. Because typically, a will generate nearly 2 million microfiber particles of polyester. And it's now well known that every human on the planet is now contaminated with in our bloodstreams. So that's pretty terrifying. We need to work on. Not only is that terrifying, but 180 liters of water used every time you wash something, watts and kilowatts hour and gas as well. So we're working on that front with partners Tesla to bring that as well. Can I grab the next? Our vision is really to bring the service itself, potentially other services in the future, and the customer close together. And this has actually already been done incredibly well by our friends on the stage, kitchens, whereby you can set up kitchens, zones near to city centres and cook food and deliver them with your logistics, which will hopefully soon be all e-bike. We believe the same principle can be applied to lots of other industries, starting with laundry, whereby you drop solar and renewably powered laundry hubs and then use electric to service your customers from those hyper-local service. Grab the next one, please. So what does it look like? So in the top left-hand you can see what our prototype will look like and later, and that will be just on Oseney Mead. Those of you who know the city will know it's actually quite close to the city centre for rent and has great link both along the river and across the road to our customers. And actually the bike fleet, we already have a bike out front ridden by one of my wonderful colleagues, Ben, who waves everyone. So if you want to chat to Ben, see what it's like to ride this beast day in, day out, rain or shine, please speak to Ben. But we believe that the logistics platform and the hub model are actually incredibly powerful. And it got me and the team thinking, what else can we achieve other than just people's dirty knickers and socks? Surely there's something more powerful that we can tackle. It actually hit me like a wave surfing on the island. And I just got loads and loads of plastic waste coming over my surfboard. And I thought, oh my God, I've watched online, planet, and now here it is in my face. And I actually got looking into this problem. Where does most of that waste come from? And typically, I have brought a prop. So typically, when you order or takeaway with two people, you'll generate that amount of single-use plastic waste every single time. So that adds up to 500 tons of single-use plastic every single day in the UK that just goes straight to landfill. And I got the slide, please. So in the top left, you'll see that linear model where you go to you take your food, you eat it, and then it goes straight into landfill or the ocean is just totally broken and terrifying. We believe in a future whereby we can circularize that loop using our principle of washing and not wasting. How many people here have? There must be a few people. Oh, hallelujah. You or two. Who put up two hands? Who's got two hands? Principle for Keep Cups, and we're already partnered with a similar organisation here in Oxford. Cups can be used so that when you order from a Deliveroo kitchen, for example, you can actually then return, we'll collect, wash those single-use plastic items, and then reuse them again. Over time, upgrade these plastic containers to metal so they're much easier to recycle in the long term. So we'll announce that later this year we'll actually be trialling this scheme in Cambridge from one of Deliveroo's own kitchen sites to test the model and make sure that we can actually make good on that Deliveroo of eliminating single-use food packaging, which is something that I think you can all agree is incredibly powerful and beyond laundry. So thank you very much, and please talk to myself or Ben, who I introduced, who's just down here, if you have any questions around what we're doing and the ins and outs of using a fleet of cargo bikes, wonderfully designed by Urban Arrow, who are definitely here somewhere. So thank you, guys. Thank you. Yep, there you are.
Thanks, Carl. Well, that was an exciting announcement. Here was I thinking we were going to be talking about Oxford's dirty laundry. Our final panel speaker is Dr. Kevin Golding-Williams, Head of Cycling and Walking Policy, Department for Transport. Kevin's worked in sustainable policy development for over 20 years, and at the charity he led in the production of the first statutory cycling and walking investment strategy. In his current role at DFT, Kevin's work has helped deliver the first ever e-cargo bike programme. Kevin believes e-bikes are key in helping the government to hit its target to double the take-up of cycling. So, to the stage, Kevin.
Wow, thank you very much. And, I don't know quite how I'm going to beat this, really. I mean, black op operations. I've discovered when I grow up I want to be a bike hunter. Well, I still can't. Stuff. That is truly amazing. I mean, as you would have seen from the video message this morning, I mean, you've got a massive supporter on eBikes from Jesse Norman. In fact, well, when I did get signal briefly outside, he's asked for feedback. So do let him know what you thought of that video. He was asking how did it go. But you have got a real enthusiast there. And as has just been mentioned, you know, the government recognises the opportunity for e-bikes, for cargo bikes, to deliver the government objective around doubling cycling, as outlined in the free cycling and walking investment strategy, which I'm sure you know is a game changer in how we approach both cycling and walking in England. And I think as we're hearing about, you know, huge increase in e-bike. Obviously, recent media reports from non-electric or e-bike sales sort of outstripping non-e-bike sales for adults in the Netherlands and contributing around 40% of the market share in France. And just on this image here, and someone might contradict me, and that's fine. I'm certain this is the only ministerial pen portrait at the front of any government font that hasn't got them standing, looking slightly depressed. Has them doing something. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty certain that's the first time. And see, obviously, on the Hereford Petty Cargo constituency in Hereford. Could grab the next slide, please. I led for evidence, which actually is about a year ago today. Probably I sat down with Jesse and he told me what like to do, which has led to where I am today, if you like, in some respects. So that ran from July to August last year, alongside the Future of Mobility. And that's really important that they're both running up today around micro mobility and the likes, future regs, future technologies that need to be considered in the round. That's really important. It not only looked at e-cargo bikes, it also looked at micro and also e-vans as well. We received around 70 responses. The interesting thing to note there is that the biggest group of respondents were micro or enterprises, which contributed around 30% of the responses, which is quite interesting because I think it gives you an idea of where we are. In terms of opportunities, improved air quality, reduced congestion, job creation, the creation of new sectors, in particular around maintenance. How do we maintain these sort of new fleets coming online? But also infrastructure and also charging facilities, which I know is for today. Strangely, there was strong support for financial incentives, a contentment, electrically assisted pedal cycle regulations that they were purpose for the time being. And it's interesting hearing our colleague earlier, because lots of people referred to the heavy duty e-cargo bike program, which runs in and along with the e-bike program in Scotland was the inspiration for our e-cargo bike. And all of that to the Prime Minister announcing the creation of the e-cargo bike grant program at the world's first zero emission vehicle summit in Birmingham. And here's Jesse with Rob King from Zedify at the launch of the Last Mile Review government response and also the Future Mobility Urban Strategy at the Olympic Park a couple of weeks ago. So really fantastic to see. If I could go on to the next slide, please. So here we've got box bike delivery, basically 35 deliveries in 2018. One of our poster people for our colleagues over at who are running the program for us. And as Jesse mentioned, you know, big thanks to the NHS, also to the Bicycle Association and the UK Cycle whose sort of collective input allowed to launch the program on the 1st of April and make that go live. I mean, in terms of specific Funding contributes 20% of the purchase price of a new e-cargo bike up to the first £5,000, giving them a maximum grant of £1,000 per bike. Is conditional on individual businesses following a code of practice that has been developed in the sector, and I actually think is a very sensible code of practice. If business stuff that seems very basic. Also, training is suggestion that there should be to bikeability level 3 or equivalent. Once again, all very obvious stuff, which is really important for the rollout of e-cargo bikes. Now, the final thing, if I could go to the final slide, please, is the point on infrastructure. And actually, my colleagues here actually helped quite a bit on actually the key point that I wanted to make. One is about the design of cycle infrastructure, and in our team at the moment, some work revising the local note around cycle design guidance, which does consider the role of e-cargo bikes. But the thing I wanted really to flag up, and this was great hearing what's going on already, is the role of micro. This came out really, really clearly in the response that there needs to be, not only at the national government level, and the National Planning Policy Framework make reference, paragraph 8, if you're really interested, but also at the local authority level as well. About actually, is there space being created in our high streets and in our local areas for these hyper micro level distribution hubs? Now, the image on bottom right there is what the City of London skyline could look like in 2036. And as part of their draft transport strategy and local plan, they're planning to retrofit last mile logistic hubs into a number of underutilized cars across their area. Plan 5 in place by 2025. And a few weeks ago, I undertook a kind of Lutheresque tour, if that was in an episode, of underground car parks in the City of London. The size is amazing, but you can really see the sense of opportunity there, and actually how in redesign we are looking at the 21st century and beyond. So thank you very much. It's a really exciting time, I think, for e-bikes, e-cargo bikes, and the last mile. And I think it's great to have so many great conversations with people around the world today and hear the great stories that we've heard already. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Kevin, for bringing the word from the centre of today's e-bike forum. Really appreciated. And now, to welcome our panel, Nigel and Adam from the Electric Assisted Vehicle, to speak and introduce the EA, their startup taking its e-cargo's first.
First of all, many thanks to the panel who've spoken, to Kevin, Kyle and Paul. We know, hopefully Kevin later on, we'll have a bit of a chat with him. Introducing electric assisted vehicles. We are a new e-cargo bike company, and we're developing a new bike. We have been developing a new bike for some time now here in Oxford. And in the next slide, please, you get a bit of an idea of what we're doing. That's a quote from me. Culture shift in transport. I'm going to use the word culture. I don't like the word culture. Really, in terms of what we're looking at with transport, it's habits and expectations. What we're looking at. We have to change those habits and expectations because current technology and infrastructure don't match what we're used to. Used to having something instantly available outside the go and get in, turn the key, drive, go wherever we want to go. That in a second. So in creating one, which is here, we decided we mustn't veer too much from what is a culturally acceptable solution. Because those culturally acceptable, like commercial vehicles, have been developed over a long period of time at a huge cost by OEMs. And when I'm talking huge costs, I'm talking absolutely monumental amounts of money. So really modifying transport behavioural fit is a gradual move towards mass market acceptance, second nature adoption. In other words, it's time to adjust people to use something they're not used to. And that's going to take a process as opposed to an instant change. So modifying transport behavioural fit, we've got to think more about travel and about transport, how you travel, when you travel, why you travel, and the whole process. So really in developing the P1, we applied certain key rules, which are: we mustn't invite ridicule, we mustn't be a huge departure from the currently correct product, so that's light commercial vehicles, vans basically, and we must retain the key benefits and sell of operating vehicles such as these. And really, we decided to engineer down rather than engineer up. So instead of starting from a bicycle and working our way up, started with a light commercial and engineered our way down. And the engineering team based up at Upper Hayford, one of the most experienced automotive engineers, motorsport and aerospace engineers we could possibly get our hands on. Weight is a massive, massive, massive issue. No matter what vehicle you use, weight is always going to be the enemy of any form of efficiency. So our key point day one was to engineer weight out, and also to use the power, therefore, to be efficient and environmental. Really, I'm moving into technical areas, so I'm going to hand over to Adam, who's going to talk a little bit more about the technical side of the P1.
The next slide. Yeah, the bike sort of, well, say bike, that comes under the same e-cargo that all the other vehicles sort of come under. But like Nigel said, we've engineered down from a van to a bike. We made certain advances in sort of materials where we've got biodegradable composite body. We actually have an end of life plan for the vehicle. And we've got to still see everything is sort of recyclable or environmentally disposable. Things like turning circle. We've, I was waiting for that 1 minute. Okay, I'll move on to that then. Sorry. The we've got a certain amount of partners on board. Everyone ranging through to electronics. Partner in developing the bike over the past sort of 9 months has been DPD, and they've been a great source of information from us, not only from actually creating a design that we could work with, but also giving us the sort of the cues of what the actual market needs. And we see this vehicle sort of fit any fleet mix of delivery companies out there. It was a really great the CEO from DPD. That's everything we want to say about it. This is quite exciting for me. The day we've sort of launched digitally, but we are significantly part of the way through of our development program. And you'll see vehicles in June. We're particularly excited about presenting the actual physical bike in June at the EV Summit that Green TV have kindly invited us along to. And I think that sort of brings me on nicely to saying thank you to Aid and Green for putting on these sort of events. And thank you very much for taking the time to
So I'm going to ask everyone to join us for the next networking session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Doing hard. He's busy.
Hi everybody. Hi there. Hi there. It's thanks very much. Welcome back. We've had another productive networking session. My colleague Rashida is getting stressed that we're running over time, so if we could jump straight back into our penultimate panel, please, and I'll just introduce you now to Mary and Sinead to then introduce the panel. Thanks very much.
Welcome back, everyone. You can hear quite a bit of a buzz in the room and during the networking, so I hope you're making some great new friends. But without much further ado, we'd like to welcome our commuters panel to the stage.
Caroline Bartle, Research in Sustainable Transport, University of West England.
Caroline. Lecturer at Brompton.
Sebastian Schleibosch, Director of International Business Development at Nextbike.
So our panel sponsor, we're delighted to welcome from far and away in Canada, Tanya Castle, Business Development Manager at PBSC Urban Solutions.
Caroline, researcher in sustainable transport and travel behaviour, with a special interest in social and environmental factors that encourage people to cycle. Caroline usually cycles sedately around Bristol on her Dutch-style commuter bike, being overtaken by people like me in Lycra, but loves to surprise with her uphill speed when she borrows an e-bike.
Hi. Thank you for inviting me today. I'm pleased to give you a quick taster of some results of a survey among users and potential users of e-bikes, which I carried out with my colleague Steve Melia at the University of West England, Transport and Society. So without further ado, first slide please. I suspect some of you may have distributed our survey via social media. Some of you may even have filled it in. So thank you very much. So the aim of the survey was to find out some of the reasons behind why people are riding e-bikes, and particularly why they're doing it for commuting. We also wanted to know what the barriers were, why people were not doing it, or why they were doing it and why they stopped. So before I talk about some just quick headline findings, I'll just explain this. We had just over 2,000 responses. It was self-selecting, obviously it was distributed mostly via cycling organisations, transport, cycling, social media, online publication. So we weren't really expecting like a sample that was going to be representative of the UK, which it wasn't, but it might be reasonably representative of people who are riding e-bikes. So 30% of our respondents were women, 40% were over 60, but 60% were in employment, and 30% households of over £55,000. So we're talking a bit older, a bit more male, and a bit better off than the overall population. Next slide, please. And moving on to commuting, and on my slides I've just put a few quotations which kind of give you a sense of the sort of responses that were coming out. These are people's open responses, not tick box ones. So why did those who were commuting by e-bike, why were they doing it? The answers, you might think, well, that's fairly obvious. It helps me get up hills. It's the quickest way of getting to work. It's less expensive than driving. A lot of people said it was for environmental reasons. It means I can get to work less sweaty. It means I can cycle further on my commute. And also it's good to have some exercise. Next slide, please. However, I think also, and perhaps slightly because of in the sample, a lot of people were saying how much they like to commute by e-bike because it was allowing them to continue cycling when they might have felt pressure to give up, perhaps through age, feeling less fit, maybe some kind of injury or illness. So for some people, they were switching to an e-bike just temporarily whilst they recovered, and others were to cycling by e-bike. Next, please. And looking at the sort of younger demographic sample, there were many respondents who talked about the convenience of using an e-bike because it helped them to sort of manage their work-life balance better and get the children to school, get to work quickly, and still have some energy to deal with the family when they got home in the evening. Also interesting was what were people doing before they started commuting by e-bike. And our survey showed that 30% of the people who are now commuting by e-bike had previously commuted a normal bike. So some of those might have been the people who then kind of graduated in this trajectory towards an e-bike. However, 45% had previously commuted by car. So I think that's quite interesting in terms of, you know, mode shift and reducing car emissions and congestion and so on. Next slide, please. I was interested to look at differences, if there were any, between male and female responses to the survey. Overall, there weren't that many differences. However, one thing that did strike us was that among those respondents who are in employment and also who use an e-bike, and 93% of those people owned their own e-bike. So among those people, a higher proportion of women use their e-bike to commute compared with the men. Among them, a higher proportion were driving to work despite an e-bike at home. So, you know, wondering what the reasons might be behind this. We have to do a bit more analysis here, but there might be interactions with things like more women working part-time, women working closer to home, which might mean that they have a kind of distance which is appropriate to e-biking. Please. When it came to people who were on an e-bike but were considering it, women seemed to be a bit more circumspect. They said they were more interested in borrowing to try it out, whether men were more likely to be considering buying it. Next slide, please. Also important to look at was the reasons why other people were not using an e-bike to commute. Often it was because of the commute distance, it's too long, but the issue about heavy traffic and not feeling safe came up quite a lot, just as, you know, it typically does with kind of normal cycling. Still, people consider them to be too expensive. And this idea that e-biking is lazy did come up quite a lot. Some people were actually saying that, it's only for old people. Do use an e-bike actually said, really fed up of this, being, you know, treated like I'm cheating, and I wish social norms would change so it wasn't like that. So I have had my red card. So a couple of final thoughts. Penultimate slide, please. So I was glad to hear what Duncan said earlier from Cycling UK about bringing traditional groups of cycling back in, or helping people to maintain cycling as they get older. And I think this has not only those kind of physical health benefits, but also the social ones, because a lot of people said, I've got an e-bike because I can't keep up with my cycle group anymore, I can't keep up with my friends and family, but on my e-bike I can. So it enables people to continue with that social participation. And the quote at the bottom, I just thought it was quite nice. It was like, oh, you know, someone who felt they'd had to stop cycling for health reasons, but being able to get on the e-bike had given them back that cycling identity. Next slide, please. Final thoughts, democratising cycling, again, something Duncan said earlier. An opportunity I think we've got now to open up cycling to a lot more, you know, different groups of people. However, that does mean that we need to concentrate even more on our infrastructure. If you're using an e-trike, if you've got ability, you can't cope with steps, you can't cope with bollards, things that, you know, put people, fit people just stride. And final slide, please. And that's the end. Obviously, we don't need evidence that e-biking is fun, but now we have research evidence it is actually fun.
Many thanks, Caroline. I think you've just really brought to life that theme from the beginning of the day about the people who are at the heart of this. Our next speaker is Gillian Scriven, Managing Director at Brompton. Gillian has a passion for sustainability, community investment, and stakeholder engagement. So why pick one challenge when you can pick four? Having lived and worked in the Netherlands for over 10 years, Gillian became absorbed by the twin mantras, dress for the destination, not the journey, and cycling is a mode of transport rather than a sport. Gillian believes e-bikes are allowing more and more people to realise this, and that is his main Brompton Electric. Gillian.
Okay, a couple of notes before I start. First things first, just to be clear, I'm the Managing Director of Brompton Bike Hire. Will, who's the CEO of Brompton, will be quite upset to hear that I've done a little putz in his absence. But I am representing Brompton today. Second thing is I'm not checking my text messages or tweeting. I actually left my notes behind, so I had to quickly write them on my phone. So I promise I'm not being all social and modern. Definitely not modern in my case. The last presentation really resonated with me strongly. There's a good reason why I ride a Brompton Electric. I damaged my back quite badly a few years ago, and I found I couldn't ride a normal bike for any distance anymore, which was quite annoying at next bike at times until we got the electric bikes in the fleet. But now I've got a Brompton Electric, and just to kind of illustrate the difference that made, a year ago I would have taken a tube train from our offices in Greenford through and then onto the DLR to get to the centre where the Move conference was earlier this year. Because the trains were all up the spout, I took my Brompton Electric. Not only did it get me there at the same time as a normal train would have done, but I actually got there less sweaty because I wasn't pressed with strangers. Now, much as I might enjoy that on the weekday when I'm trying to concentrate and work, it's not really suitable. Brompton has been around since the 70s. We are the largest manufacturer of bikes in the UK. All our frames are still built in our factory in Greenford. So when it came to building a bike that was electric, it had to be a Brompton. I mean, the whole point of a Brompton is it integrates in with other forms of transport. It's a commuter's tool. It's definitely not a sport. It is a bike for a purpose. So they've taken over 3 years designing the Brompton bike. Next slide, please. And it is actually, to all intents and purposes, it's a Brompton. When you look at it, when you ride it, you can ride it without the battery on, and then it rides just like a normal bike. But when you attach the battery, it does important. What it does is it generates accessibility. So whether a poorly back like me, or it's got a bit further to go. I mean, a round trip, I checked it out the other day, from Shepherd's Bush to the Excel Centre is around about 18 miles. Now, much as I'm passionate about cycling, in the middle of the day, I would not fancy doing an 18-mile round trip on a bike, a normal bike. But on a Brompton Electric, it becomes possible. So, part way through that journey, if I want to, if it starts raining, which it happens from time to time in this country, I can fold it and stick it on the train. And that brings me on to another thing that's really important to me. I'm all about trying to kind of get integration of transport. And for me, folding bikes, whether it's a Brompton, whether it's a Hummingbird, whether it's some of the other great bikes that are being built out there, if you can integrate it in with other transport, then we're going to have a success. And I think actually there's an onus, not just on us, but for the people outside this room, be it local authorities, be it national transport providers, to look at ways of integrating in, especially now electric bikes are coming, to provide space. Now, Brompton, we're lucky, we can fold it. For other bikes, there needs to be more space. And another little illustration to show how much more needs to be done. Last year, I went up to an event in Glasgow, and I was taking an electric bike with me. And because it had a large lithium-ion battery, larger than the Hummingbird, so it couldn't go into a plane, we had to take the train. I phoned up National Rail Inquiries to book my place on the train, only to be told the two reserved parking spaces on the train up to Glasgow were taken. What do you do? What do you do? So I think Well, it's great what we're all doing for commuting, for cycling commuting, for electric bikes, for normal bikes to become a really baked in part of commuting. There needs to be a lot more holistic. We need to be putting pressure for other forms of transport we're providing today. And that could be as simple as, for example, putting charging points on trains that electric bikes can be charged up during the journey. For me, though, what makes the Brompton so exciting, we've decided not to wait for other people to change. We fit around them. So whilst it's nice that it folds and you can take it on a train, I also the back of my car, which I know that's fairly controversial, but do you know what? It means I can stop at the park and ride, and I can park my car there, and I can get in. More importantly, though, security. As we've heard today, is the problem with an electric bike is it's expensive, and so if you park it on the side of the road, it's going to be a thief magnet. I don't have that problem. I just take it in with me. I mean, admittedly, it can get stolen in my office, but they're probably going to take my laptop first. Light as a Brompton is, my laptop's a bit more portable still. So I think it's great for that. But I think the other thing, and that's from the survey as well, that ladies have a higher propensity to try before they buy on the electric bikes. We now do Brompton Bike Hire. I hope later this year we will be bringing the electric bikes into the fleet. In fact, we're piloting it in our Shepherd's Bush factory shop later this month. And I really think this is the secret, because we know already that 10 to 15% of Brompton Bike Hire customers go on. So if we can push our electric bikes in to our hire fleet, people are going to try before they buy as part of their commute, and find that actually using an electric bike as part of a journey is not a cost benefit thing, it's a fun benefit thing. It's a convenience benefit thing. You get there quicker, you get there in a more joyous mood. So I hope collectively we can all push towards seeing a lot more people commuting on bikes. I really would encourage you to go out and have a go on the little Brommy, their little agile things, and have fun. Thank you very much.
Fantastic to hear from you, British brand, so thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sebastian Schlebusch from Next Bike. Just wanted to check that one. Sebastian's passion for cycling was formed by his grandfather, and apart from a short 1.5 years, he never possessed a car. Raised in a small district capital near the Dutch border and the German bicycle capital Munster, Sebastian believed cycling was a natural part of life until he found out through travels that it isn't the everyone. Sebastian believes that e-bikes have the potential to bring cycling close to people who have never dared to cycle before.
I'm doing it the old-fashioned way with a piece of paper. Yeah, well, at the beginning of my career with Next Bike, round about a decade ago, I sometimes used a quote from the French philosopher Victor Hugo, who's all the powers in the world are not as powerful as, or are not as strong as the idea whose time has come. And explain this, or I use this to explain the bike sharing opportunities, what a bike sharing system can bring to urban residents. I haven't used it for a while though. I think just because bike sharing has become more and more normalized thing in many cities in the world. Yet I want to pull it out again today because I feel that e-bikes, a concept which has a lot of potential. Also, it's a great idea and it has a lot of power to make bike sharing to lift it on another level. So when you would have asked me a few years ago about e-bikes, I would have said, well, it's something for elderly people, it's something for lay people, for non-so-sporty people. And actually, weekend I was deeply buying one myself. Maybe I'm becoming just elderly and lazy as well. But it's, I think, partly, it's definitely because it's actually fun. Everybody's here saying, whoever has used the e-bike before, and most of us even today have tested some of the vehicles outside, just fun. So let me raise a few words about Next Bikes. For the next slide, please. About Nextbike, for those of you who haven't noticed, we've been in the bike sharing business for around about 15 years now. And we are Europe's market leader with a presence in more than 200 cities right now. Germany and Poland, UK, we are present in 10 locations in Glasgow, Cardiff. We've been awarded with a contract for the West Midlands now launching this summer, and a couple of universities. And we have in 2008 infused into our portfolio the e-bike as a new pedal-assisted bike, which has really become a great success in our pilot cities. So next slide. This is a picture from Bilbao BC. It has launched in late October 2018. And within the first 3 months in 2019, it has logged more trips than the previous regular bike system in Bilbao has logged over the whole year. So who's good in maths, that's factor 4 of the trips. And our 250 bicycles, they're logging around about 12 to 14 trips per bike per day. I'm not aware of many systems which are bigger than that. Maybe you have some in your in your knowledge. I'm curious to hear. It's a great success there, and we're very proud of this. Next to Bilbao, next slide. We have launched on 26th of March, recently 2 weeks ago only, the Mevo system. We're in the Tri-City region. That's the 3 cities of Danzig, Dina, and Sopot in Pomerania in Poland, North Poland at the Baltic Sea. It's about to become the largest full e-bike system in Europe. More than 4,000 e-bikes there soon. It has launched with 1,200 2 weeks ago. And the interesting fact here is, within 2 weeks only, 65,000 people the system. That's round about 8% of the total population of, and even benchmark systems like Velib in Paris or City Bike New York, they have taken years to reach such a level. So we see that there's a high potential for a shared system to normalize cycling and normalize e-bikes, e-cycling. Yes, so. But not only the electrification, next slide, not only the electrification of e-bikes or of bike sharing systems is a driver for success. And I think Julian mentioned it correctly, that it's really important to engage with public transport stakeholders or other stakeholders in the cities, other mobility partners. And here's from a new scheme we're launching this spring as well in Exeter. So there was a 2 years pilot, which has expired now. We've taken the learnings from the technology, from the operations concept, put this into our current design and charging technology. And in the next 1 to 2 months, we'll launch the 2.0 system for Exeter in collaboration with our local partner Co-Cars. So it will be the offer will be a combination of electric shared cars and electric shared bikes. And such an integrated solution, whether it's through integrated cards, access system, integrated application, it's also helping to combine different services and to have everything under one umbrella and under one access. So next. Exeter, we will also launch the next e-bike scheme in Glasgow. In Glasgow, we've currently around about 650 regular bikes, and it's a city, so there are quite a few use cases where you would not necessarily take one of our bikes. With the e-bikes coming in there now as an add-on, we believe that also the trip patterns within the city will change. Next slide. So the electrification of our fleet also allows us to offer new applications. So bike sharing used to be an activity for the average person without physical disabilities, without the need to carry too many groceries and too much stuff around, without children on your side. There are not that many available with children bikes. There are a few pilots, but the electric cargo bike, there is a solution for many of these use cases. And we believe that with the diversification of the fleet, we will expand the target group significantly so that not only % of the population will be able to use the bike sharing system or will register, but maybe 15 or 20 or 30%. If that's the case, then we're creating a real pedal electric ecosystem of different kind of vehicles, which provide a level of sustainability, a level of health focus, which other forms of electric mobility would not deliver. So I'm referring to scooters and all these other new type of vehicles which are out in the market there. So we are starting the electric pilot. We had 2 non-electric pilots in Germany. They were pretty small, but we've seen the demand there for electric bikes. And Berlin will be the first city this year to witness a 120 electric cargo bike fleet to the bikes there right now. And yeah, we're very curious. This resonates to the demand or to the response of customers and our yet to become customers. And that's with that, I want to conclude. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Really interesting to hear you talking about Glasgow there. I'm bred in Glasgow, and let me tell you, e-bikes all the hills. So finally, I'd like to introduce our sponsor, Tanya Castle, who's the business developer at PBSC Urban. In this role, she covers quite a large area: New Zealand, India, the UK and Europe, Africa and North America, and hence has a huge complex about her carbon footprint. What she does is introduce bike share schemes, so that helps her sleep at night, and apparently she absolutely loves her job. So looking forward to hearing about all your excitement. Thank you. Welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking my co-panelists. Sebastian and I are actually fierce competitors in the bike share space, but luckily bike share is very collegial, and it's always wonderful to see those of us on a panel or at events, because it means that bike share is getting the attention it deserves. Also nice to see what's in their pipeline. So I am with PBSC Urban Solutions. We are a Canadian-based bike share company. We are the leader in North America and South America, increasingly coming into Europe. So we truly believe that we are changing the world one city at a time. That is our tagline, and that is also what I tell myself when I get on to come to this. So we are all over the world. If you could show the next slide, please. This is just some of in the last few months of this year, we are delighted to launch a hybrid system in Barcelona, which I will go over in a also Buenos Aires in Argentina, in Chile, and we have an announcement coming up not far in Monaco. Sebastian does have excellent ridership stats. Bike very high. Typically, you do judge bike share by rides per day per bike. We are delighted with Buenos Aires, where they're getting on average 15 rides per bike per day. That is a testament. I had to do a little dig. That is also a testament to the city of Buenos Aires that has made the system free a little bit to really get people out of onto bikes and use that as their mode of transport in the city of Buenos Aires, which doubles in size everywhere. Next slide. We have 4 bikes at PBSC Solutions, 2 push bikes or mechanical, 2 electric. I'll briefly go over. Happy to talk about them more in detail after this presentation. Boost, original e-bike, that is what you will see in most of our bike share systems that have an e-bike currently. But we also introduced the e-Fit this year at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, which was a lot of fun to be there. Unfortunately, we don't have the budget that Audi and BMW and all the car companies did, so it was just basically me on video introducing the e-bike. But it was fantastic. They are both lithium-ion batteries with a range of 60 to 70 kilometers of autonomy. The battery is encased within the frame, and they all charge at the docking stations. That was intentionally designed to make sure the bikes are in use at all times and keep the operational costs low. And also for those systems that are already in existence with mechanical bikes, the option to integrate an e-bike should they choose to do so. Next slide, please. So we did a pilot project last year with the city of Montreal, where we're based. We're extremely proud of being in Montreal. It was the pioneer of bike share in North America, and they have some of the best ridership stats also. You may be familiar with the name of it. It's called Bixi. Last year alone, it operates only half the year. They did over 5 million rides. So that was great. Just a couple highlights. So when we introduced the e-bike, it was getting approximately 15 rides per bike per day. versus a mechanical bike at 5 rides per day. Bear in mind, this is from August to November, so it's the tail end of the season in Bixby. For Bixby, we have very dramatic winters in Canada, in -20, lots of snow. So we do bring them in during the winter only in Montreal because of snow removal. If you look at the average kilometers traveled, it's a kilometer more per e-bike than mechanical bike, which really goes to show you that people do go further on e-bikes than they do on mechanical bikes. Next slide, please. We also did a pilot in Chattanooga, which is another one of our original systems in Tennessee. I just wanted to read one of these quotes. So those things are wonderful. I've had knee surgery and they totally take all the pressure off when you first start pedaling, but you still get all the cardio benefits when you get rolling. And I think this has already been highlighted today. E-bikes really do open cycling to people who might not have felt comfortable cycling otherwise, whether they be commuters or joyriders. They really do change the landscape for cycling. Next slide, please. We have our first hybrid system in Valence, France, so not too far away. There we found there's about 4 times more ridership on an e-bike versus a regular bike. 60% of the rentals come on the e-bikes, while they account for only 22% of the fleet. We had a great presentation earlier done by Deliveroo that's highlighted e-bikes are a great form of a transportation for food delivery. In Valence, we had a funny case of Uber Eats, cyclist drivers or delivery guys renting all of the e-bikes that the city had to address because they are so popular. Next slide, please. We have started launching this January Barcelona, which is also a hybrid system. We're extremely delighted about that. It's 7,000 bikes, 1,000 of which will be e-bikes, with the option of upgrading the next 6,000 to e-bikes as well. That was specifically designed to future-proof the system. We believe strongly, and perhaps Sebastian would agree, e-bikes are the next stage for bike share. They're getting more people to the system, and cities that are looking to really build an integrated bike share that will go with the rest of their transit are thinking about how can people move from a bus, a tram to a bike, and how can we future-proof this to make it electrical in the future. So we're very excited about Barcelona. In the first 3 months, we've already had 2 million rides, and we haven't even reached our full capacity yet of 7,000 bikes. Next slide. Monaco will be our first fully electric bike share fleet. Monaco is quite a hilly terrain. They're also Monaco and have a little bit of cash, so I think they wanted to splash out and go fully electric. So we were fine with that. We were excited to be there, and that'll be coming out in June. So I guess in time for the Formula One, should people choose to ride a bike there and not drive around in their fancy car. So e-bikes are a ton of fun. I was not an evangelist before joining PBSC and trying one. I completely am now. I'm sure many of us in the room are. I will leave you with a video that just shows how fun e-bikes can be and why we named it the Boost. Video, please.
Yes, I'm wishing, but I'm trying to resist.
So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. And should you have any questions about bringing bike share to your city or adding electric bikes, please feel free to come and speak with me. Thank you.
That's the next networking session. Last panel session of the day of the inaugural eBike Summit. And for our infrastructure and investment panel, I'd like you to join me in welcoming the panel and our sponsor to the stage, please.
Nick Chamberlain, Policy Manager at British Cycling.
Councillor Louise Upton, Cycling Champion, Oxford City Council.
Kevin Main, CEO of Cycle Industries Europe.
And our panel sponsor, Alfred Whiteman from the Senior Associate at BCLP Law. So firstly, we will hear from Nick. Sorry, wrong page. Who's...
We just skip things around a little bit, so bear with us. I think
Nick Chamberlain, Policy Manager at British Cycling.
Indeed. Right.
We're going to have you up first.
Thank you.
The stage is yours.
Well, lovely. Thank you very much for having me, and lovely to be part of this panel. Apologies, I've been very cheeky and stolen the first speaking spot because I've got to whiz off. Philip and I are going to very cheekily share a taxi back to the station to get for myself a train back to Manchester. E-bikes and the future of mobility. Well, you've heard some fantastic talks today. I've thoroughly enjoyed them. I've learned a huge amount. Hopefully, most of what I say is just going to reinforce all the very, very positive messages that you've all been listening to. Hopefully, I will also reinforce the very fantastic story of our relationship as British Cycling with HSBC UK that Luke told you about just after lunch. I have unashamedly used the tag of the future of mobility, which was, an incredibly important, government document that was published recently by Kevin and his colleagues, and lots of hard work coming out of the DFT. Duncan, of course, alluded to it earlier, and lots of other speakers have. The statistics, the numbers, the way in which society is developing, people have touched on it already. But the fact that 92% of the UK population will live in cities by 2030, putting an ever-increasing strain on our roads and wider transport infrastructure is unavoidable. These are the catalysts for change. We know things like we have an aging population. No, e-bikes are absolutely not just for older people, but they are very useful as we tackle an aging population and how we help that aging population live in our modern world. For the first time ever, young people are learning to drive at a much, much older age. Many of them are not even bothering to learn to drive, especially in big cities. They're certainly not bothering to aspire to own a car. Making short journeys in cities is becoming increasingly inefficient, and that's where we see all e-technology, but of course we're very passionate about the role e-bikes can play, and that's what today is about. Physical inactivity, toxic pollution in our cities, these are the backdrop to the government's future of mobility strategy. Certainly, we feel that e-bikes did feature, but they probably need to feature much more heavily in future in all of our thoughts. The devolution of transport budgets to regional and city mayors presents us with an incredible opportunity to implement bold, long-term visions for cycling and walking, such as Greater Manchester's B network, certainly TfL's bold ultra-low emission zone, which we saw announced recently. So that, as with Copenhagen and Amsterdam and Seville and all of these cities that we talk about so easily, but actually these British stories, these British case studies can be a catalyst for change on a much wider level. Next slide, please. So what do we do in all of this? What does the national governing body for the sport of cycling think about this? What role do we play? We love e-bikes. Very genuinely, I can say that. And we've tried very hard to take a very inclusive approach to e-bikes over the last decade on all of our recreational programs. We try to make sure that people who want to use e-technology feel accommodated, but not just accommodated, actually feel welcome. And we hope that they inspire other people to realize what e-bikes maybe could do for them and their cycling. Our 150,000 members across the country are telling us very clearly that they believe that e-bikes are crucial to the future growth of cycling in this country. And they want us to support all measures to help increase e-bike availability and use. Of course, we need a coordinated response, and we are very proud to be members of the Walking and Cycling Alliance that has formed over the last 12 or 18 months, of which Cycling UK, Sustrans, Living Streets, the Bicycle Association and the Ramblers are founder members. And that helps us probably as a governing body that hasn't really had a remit to do so in the past to be part of these conversations with the Department for Transport around a push for change nationally. And that's very exciting. We are trying where we can to work through relationships that we have with devolved authorities and new city regions across Britain to replicate what we are unashamedly calling the Chris Boardman Manchester model, to help people think very differently and to put active travel at the heart of transport policy. One of Sinead's peers, Dame Sarah Story, announced very recently is another walking and cycling commissioner, amazing, in the Sheffield City region, quite rightly chose in her announcement of that role to implicitly talk about e-bikes as absolutely central to her approach in Sheffield, incredibly hilly city, and it's very important. And of course, we are extremely excited about the announcement of Sinead's fulfilling a very similar role in that huge and hugely important West Midlands region. So that's brilliant for us as well. Last slide, please. What is the opportunity? And again, I've put up a very clear infrastructure photo, very similar to one of the speakers earlier this morning has put up. E-bikes have two roles to play in the future. Certainly one for recreation, which we heard a lot about earlier, certainly in Scotland, and mountain biking, that recreational aspect. And of course for transport, which has probably dominated many of the presentations today. Both of them require the infrastructure that will make people feel safe so that e-bikes are a real alternative to cars for some journeys. And I emphasize the some. I believe, and it's been mentioned before, fantastic presentations earlier, that public e-bikes are going to be absolutely critical to make expensive e-bike technology available to more people. And it is so exciting to hear about what is happening in that public bike space. There is a unique opportunity, I feel, for Britain to be at the forefront of design and innovation, and I hope, as we heard from Brompton earlier, actually manufacture of e-bike technology in this country. And I am really hopeful that the cycle industry, which many of you represent, and government realise that opportunity together, really for the benefit of British society. We desperately need electric vehicle grants to extend to all e-bikes. And I believe that that electric vehicle grant, if it is to be sustained for the long-term future, should be sustained in bicycles, not in electric cars. That is where that support is really, really heavily needed.
Yeah.
I'm not looking, Kevin, I'm not looking, please. Every time an e-bike gives someone the confidence to start riding a bike for the first time, or ride more than they currently do, then the technology has absolutely demonstrated its importance and its impact. And that really is the power that lots of people in this room and hopefully lots of other wider supporters, both in this country and elsewhere, have the ability to deliver. So it's been an absolute pleasure, and apologies that I will have to take off soon and whiz back up north, but it's been a real pleasure to be here today, and looking forward to hearing the last talks of the day as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. I think you've just, in that opportunity side, set out really well, both like the, well, all of the place economic, and then also a nice call for political action as well. So thank you very much. I'd now like to introduce Louise Upton from Oxford City Council. Louise was elected as a city councillor here in Oxford over 5 years ago, and is the city's first champion for cycling. We're also really excited that Louise has been instrumental in bringing the OVO Energy Women's Tour to Oxford, and we'll have a stage end here in 2 years, 2.5 years, 2.5 years. So really, really exciting stuff. Louise cycles every day all over Oxford on an ordinary bike. She sees e-bikes as the nudge that will get people out of their cars for their daily commute, getting some exercise, but arriving at the office without getting into a sweat. Louise, if you could come to the stage and give us your views. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to Oxford. I'm delighted that you're all here. First slide, please. So coming at this from a local government perspective, here are three of the big problems that we have to wrestle with. Congestion, and I hope that you're not going to get caught in this on the way to the train station, but it's not great in Oxford. Air pollution in the centre of the city. We regularly break legal maximums. of various particulates, and chronic levels of inactivity leading to poor health. We have terrible inequalities across our city, and you find these in health as well as everything else. And of course, it really is physical inactivity that is a big driver for many of the diseases that we see. And I see bicycles and e-bikes as a solution to all three of these problems, actually. But I particularly think you ought to be selling the health benefits of them, because there is this myth that you don't do any exercise when you're on an e-bike. You have to let people know it's not a scooter, okay? And in fact, I was talking to one of my public health colleagues from the county council earlier today, who was explaining that the kind of the metabolic energy that you use when you're riding an e-bike is about the same as walking, okay? And in fact, we have to be realistic. Most people only meet their activity targets for the day through walking. So, and that's great, 30 minutes walking, 30 minutes on an e-bike would do that. So, in Oxford, we're starting from quite a good base. About 25% of our population cycle every day, and that helps, having lots of students helps that figure. But why don't the rest of them? And if you ask them, they'll say, because it's not safe, usually. So if we want to get people onto bicycles, we have got to give them pleasant, safe cycleways to do it on. And that's the only way we're going to get the elderly, people bringing their children, the 3 Fs that Luke mentioned earlier. I like that. It was families, females, and first-timers. So how are we going to do that? So on the next slide, quick quiz. Which of these photographs are Oxford and which of these are Amsterdam? I'm going to tell you the answer straight away because it's a trick question. Those are all Amsterdam, okay? But the 2 top ones are Amsterdam 40 years ago. And of course, the one in the bottom is Amsterdam today. So how do you get from the top to the bottom? A city really has to make a conscious decision that it is going to reprioritize its roads away from cars and towards cycling and walking pedestrians. This cannot happen quickly. And we had Oxford is twinned with Leiden, and we had one of the transport plans from Leiden came over recently, and he told me a couple of things. The first one was that if he ever put in a cycle lane as narrow as some of the ones he's seen in Oxford, he would be fired. Okay. But the second thing he said is you have to do it bit by bit. Every time you build a new road, you put a cycle lane along it. Every time you replace the sewers in a road, you make sure when you put the road back, you put a cycle lane in beside it. So it needs to get to this position. You need to have policy decisions. That's what you're going to do. And of course, you need funding. Okay, we've got to stop spending billions on roads for cars and transfer some of that over to cycling. So now I've done my bit for trying to make this happen. Could I have the next one, please? I got myself a meeting with Jesse Norman, who you might remember from the video at the start. And to demonstrate that I was not just some loony, lefty, greeny councillor going along, I took with me I am a Labour councillor, but I took with me the Conservative leader of the county council. He's a rather rotund gentleman on the left. But he does cycle, and he was supportive of this, and he came with me. I was delighted. So we were showing this was a cross-party thing. You might also notice in the middle, beaming smile of Kyle, who you saw earlier, because I wanted to show that this is not just about residents and people, it's also about business and good for business. So that we all went and had a good, and I really felt actually that Jesse Norman did get it. But I think that you as an industry, or you need to lobby, you have a very powerful voice. And because while Jesse Norman does get it, you will see in the next slide what happens when transport policy is not joined up across government. So the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government obviously haven't got the memo. Because just last month, just literally 2 weeks after we'd had that meeting with Jesse Norman, this happened. So the county has spent quite a lot of time developing plans for a cycle track to go alongside a road to deliver some housing in Aynsham that's to come into these road into the city, into Oxford. And just before they submitted the bid to the Housing Infrastructure Fund, they were told it would have a better chance if they removed the cycle track from the bid. in complete insanity. This is why you all need to be talking to government, and I'm really glad that the Department of Transport were here today as well. But on the next slide, I will show you what happens when the government gets it right and does it really well. So this is the Cambridge Greenways project. Cambridge got an architect to design 10 routes, basically traffic-free as far as possible, that came from the outlying villages, 5-10 miles away, into the centre of Cambridge. They can bring commuters in from these outlying villages, and this is where electric bikes make this possible. Lots of people can do that on an electric bike, and it was funded by a city deal. I think they got something in the region of £40 million from the government to do that. So I'm hoping Jessie Norman would give me something similar. Anyway, the government is not the only show in town, and on the next slide, please. Who's heard of Sustrans? In the audience? Yeah? Okay, great. So they are a charity that looks after the National Cycle Network, which has 16,500 miles of mainly low traffic, but not all. They've had a big renew, and I've been on the steering group of this renewal, the team looking after trying to implement the review they've done on it to try and renew it and get it all up to a better standard. And two things you need to know about the National Cycle Network. Number one, it has a lot of really, really beautiful cycleways to go on, which people will do for pleasure. And where, again, I think electric bikes can really give to it, is you can make these intergenerational trips. And what I'm thinking of is last spring, I went to Italy, in fact, and my husband and I were on our road bikes, but we had my 83-year-old father and my sister, who hates any form of exercise, and we hired electric bikes for them. And we all went on this wonderful 3-hour cycle ride up through the Tuscan hills, and that was possible because of electric bikes. So National Cycle Network does that. The other thing it does is it has lots of routes between places where people live and places where people work. Again, some of those can be quite long, and this is where electric bikes can make the difference between whether people decide to make that journey by bike or whether they decide to get in the car. And I'm surprised the Department of Transport didn't mention that they've just given £21 million to Sustrans to kickstart their renewal programme, which is fantastic for them. It's a fraction of what they need, but it's a fantastic start. And I think Jessie Norman's intervention in that was crucial. So I'm really pleased with that. So finally, I will wrap up there, just to say that, I would love e-bikes to become mainstream, but there's a lot of nervous cyclists or people who can't easily cycle or are frightened of cycling. You've got to have the infrastructure there for them to get on it. So please use your collective voices to lobby your local government and your national governments to put that in.
Many thanks, Louise. That was really insightful. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kevin Main, arguably the most experienced voice in the business of bikes. Kevin has been lobbying for increased cycling for over 20 years with Cycling UK, Cycle in England, and the European Cyclist Federation. For the past 7 years, he has been based in Brussels, supporting the development of cycling movement in countries as diverse as the Ukraine, Italy, Sweden, and Taiwan. He also led a program called Cycling as a New Technology, which is aimed to take cycling into the world of the electric and connected mobility. Please, everyone, welcome Kevin.
Yeah, so I'm Cycling Industries Europe. I actually think I'm at the end because the Europe bit is expendable at the moment and could be cut off at any moment. But I promise you it's Europe. So you're all going to be very welcome, whatever happens in the madness of the next few weeks or the politics of the moment. And the things I'm going to describe to you are as equally applicable in countries like Norway and Switzerland and Iceland that are associated with the broader EU. So I will use some EU information. Now, when I talked me into this, I basically said, well, in the investment slot, let's talk a bit about incentives because we have a lot of track record. Then I saw who was in the audience and I've scrapped that. So I'm disobeying him. I want to talk about how we get to incentives to the industry people in the room. As Cycling Industries Europe, as the umbrella body for your companies at European level, what have we learned about getting organized? Slide, please. We have to collaborate to create a new lobby. We have to collaborate to take this forward. And the e-bikes have created a remarkable turning point in what is going on in cycling. It is not only transformational in terms of use, it is transformational in terms of our industry. And that enables us to work through to the point where people give us things like incentives to move forward. But what we learn in Europe, it is the way we use our intelligence, that our industrial infrastructure drives that. Our starting point in being intelligent is we need a roadmap. Next slide, please. We have a thing called the European Cycling Strategy. It's got something for the politicians because it's got jobs. It's got something for the cyclists because it's got genuinely, let's count the number of trips. It's got an investment plan for the European Union that says, let's get up to 6 billion per European budget cycle of EU cash, and let's get governments to double and treble that by contributing their share. And a key indicator that we wrote in 2017 for the industry is we reckon that will result in 50 million more e-bikes sold by 2030. Frankly, it's a great plan, but we're going to tear it up in the right way. We had a report from the European Union just a week ago. They said the infrastructure figure's wrong. This current budget, we're 500 million overspent on cycling. Why? Because cities and regions in Europe are demanding cycling highways to manage the e-bikes that are coming in their towns and cities. E-bikes need infrastructure, but they're creating demand. Next slide, please. The other thing we're going to do is we've just about to announce next month that we're scrapping the e-bike target because it was completely wrong. Probably we can add 50 million units to what we will sell by 2030. The car line at the bottom is staggering its way upwards, but only if governments start banning diesel and petrol, because on its own, it's going nowhere. But the bike graph, 50% of sales in the Netherlands, that should have happened in 3 or 4 years' time. It's happened now. 38% growth in Germany, happening now. We can realistically see 100 million plus e-bikes coming through our industry in the Europe and broader Europe level. Next slide, please. It's a symbol, however, not just of e-bike. It's a symbol of a change in mobility. We've coupled hybrid and electric, but every single one of the e-bikes carries a digital component. We're seeing that they're being sold and leased differently. We're seeing that they're actually doing stuff, as I say, to the infrastructure, but they've forced the industry to have a new infrastructure. We have to recycle the batteries. We have to manage different kinds of technologies, and we have to grow up. We have to retrain our workforces. That is symptomatic. Next slide, please. Because when the European Union actually asked the world's kind of leading academics on what was going to happen next in mobility in the next cycle, they got this list. You can't find the word bicycle. That should be a worry. But what you can find is absolute systemic change in the way we move. Interestingly, these are all research demands because we have no damned idea how we're going to deliver this. But the EU is going to put 18 billion in. Matched with corporate and government funding, this will probably be a 50 billion euro program over the next 7 years. I'd kind of like to be part of that because what comes out the other end will be as fixed as the highways and motorways we built in the 60s that were cycling unfriendly. The digital research and business highways will be locked in this next cycle. And that changes our mission. Next slide, please. It's enlivened the opposition. Everybody wants a slice. So we can't ride this e-bike wave and pretend that it's all going to be ours for the next 7 years. We are both an industry on a brilliant wave, but an industry that needs to actually gather together our resources because there's some hugely well-funded people who also want a slice of that. Next slide, please. But we can learn. This, it's a good way to make e-bikes cheap. We've heard we've got to make them cheaper. No, it's not. This scheme in Sweden exists because they wanted to pour money into supporting Volvo. But out of sheer embarrassment, we can force them to support other forms of e-mobility, and we can keep the prices of bikes up so you all make a profit. Are we going to play the game we did on bikes where you can buy a bicycle for 50 euros, 50 pounds in a supermarket that's barely unrideable? Sorry to those that make them. Some of you are probably in this room. But let's face it, and whether you like it or not, it's in our interest. We have got a smiling bicycle industry in Europe for the first time in a generation. People are making profits. It's not a bad thing to make a profit, especially when it comes back in investment and it comes back in support for the marketplace and it comes back in research. Next slide, please. We can transform who we do business with by learning from our competitors in car. The key to this is a Belgian bank. This is their auto lease. Sorry, it skipped on. If you go back, please. KBC Auto Lease covered Brussels in posters last Christmas to announce their bike leasing program. You can have an electric bike with your company car. Your company gives you 30 grand. You can actually spend 28 grand and spend 2 grand of it on an e-bike. But they actually decided, no, you can have all bikes. So it's growing the bicycle market, but what it's doing is transforming the way we do business. Next slide, please. Transforming who we do business with. These are the cycling industries. We're no longer the people who bash bits of metal and buy stuff from Taiwan. And I've seen that today. There's transformational banks and finance people and logistics. That's our new community that we bring together. Next, please, to finish. So, industry now means intelligent gathering together of intelligence and our own business infrastructure, which forces us to invest, other people to invest, government to invest, and at the end, we got to lobby the government to give us a few incentives. I'm afraid you're 120 million short of the Swedes with your 2 million for cargo bikes. Wakey, wakey, we could catch up a little bit. But for those who export, there are other countries spending some real money. It looks pretty good. This reorganization of our industry needs you all in. It needs you in our European Association. It needs you in the BA. It needs you with Danny in Scotland. It needs all the industry clusters to have everyone in, because we are not the car industry. We are not as well funded by some of the investment capital people, but collectively we are this strong. And that excitement that the e-bikes have generated, my last slide, I would say it's making the whole of cycling look good, as you've seen, because it's dragging everybody along on its coattails. So as a lifetime cycling lobbyist, I'm an e-bike evangelist because the two go hand in hand. You should be excited about what you're doing today. You should be excited about what you're doing to Europe. And I hope that you will come out of this with the same momentum that I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I'm now delighted to introduce you all to our panel sponsor and friend of e-mobility in Oxford. Alfred is a lawyer at BCLP, specialising in the e-mobility and energy sectors. He's excited about the possibilities of e-bikes and hopes they can form an integral part of the e-mobility sector in the very near future, reducing pollution and noise levels as they do. Alfred tells us he's especially excited about never having to experience exhaustion cycling up a large hill ever again. Alfred, stage is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you to the panelists as well for such a great talk. So my name is Alfred Wayman. I'm a lawyer at Bryan Cave Leighton Pavement. For those of you who don't know too much about us, we are a law firm with 31 offices across the USA, Europe, and Asia, with 1,400 lawyers. Next slide, please. We're delighted to be one of the sponsors of the very first e-bike summit. We see e-bikes as a key part of the e-mobility sector, as we have heard about today, one with a huge amount of potential. As a law firm, we focus on those issues which we think will be of most relevance to our clients, and we think the e-cargo sector in particular will be of most interest. Even more so following the introduction of the ultra-low emission zone in London on Monday. This is partly because of the potential e-cargo bikes have in helping the UK meet its decarbonisation and climate change targets going forward. Current last mile deliveries in the UK are predominantly carried out by diesel vans, and the numbers are still increasing. In 2016 alone, the number of vans on our streets increased by just under 5%. If we can replace as many of these vans as possible with electric cargo bikes, this will make a huge impact not only on our ability to meet our future climate change and decarbonisation objectives, but also improve local air pollution, noise pollution, and congestion on our streets. Next slide. So current infrastructure is clearly unsuitable for e-cargo bikes, with this current model of large out-of-town centres being wholly unsuitable for obvious reasons. So new infrastructure will be needed. Urban consolidation centres, charging hubs, and as we heard about earlier today, micro distribution hubs as well. But with new infrastructure does come opportunities. A good example being, in the case of charging hubs, there may be the opportunity for co-locating electricity storage, especially as the cost of batteries continue to decrease. And this could bring certain benefits. It will ensure business continuity in the event of power outages, and it would also allow the operators of those hubs to both save money and earn revenue. They could save money by ensuring they charge those batteries during off-peak times, and they could potentially make money by utilising the increased site load flexibility created by that battery to trade power, for example, on the wholesale markets by partnering with licensed suppliers like EDF Energy or aggregators. And finally, with all new infrastructure, planning is a key issue. I'll just touch on this very briefly. And as we heard earlier, there is some good news on the planning side, with government confirming in its response to its call for evidence on last mile deliveries published last month that the National Planning Policy Framework is supportive of new e-cargo bike infrastructure. But as with most things, and rather unsurprisingly, I would say, it's very important to get early professional advice and planning, given a conducive planning framework is by no means any guarantee of planning permission being granted quickly nor easily. Next slide, please. And finally, just to touch on financing new infrastructure. Off-balance sheet or non-recourse financing may be possible in the near future in respect of electric vehicle infrastructure, given the opportunities for contracted revenues from, for example, vehicle to grid services or large contracts with fleet owners. These kinds of revenue are probably a little more difficult for e-cargo bike infrastructure, given the smaller scales involved and the earlier stage of the market. So other options are needed. Angel investment is suitable for startup companies, and we recently advised an e-cargo bike company in Berlin on a Series A fundraising. But another option which doesn't get as much airtime as you might otherwise think is advertising. So we advised Barclays Bank on their sponsorship of Boris Bikes, and we're currently advising a large supermarket retailer on the installation of hundreds of EV charge points, partly funded by a sponsorship agreement with a large vehicle manufacturer. So although we are in the early stages of the e-bike sector, funding solutions are nonetheless possible, albeit a less traditional route may be required to minimise the impact on balance sheets. Next slide, please. Just to wrap up, BTLB sees the e-bike sector as a really exciting one with fantastic potential, despite the inevitable legal issues that come with working in a nascent sector. And we're really excited to be involved. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Alfred, and for your support of the event today and continuing working with us on the Electric Vehicle Summit as well. So we are nearly at the end of our day, and Sinead and I would just like to say a few words before we hand over to Aid again. From my own point of view, just like to thank everybody for coming here. It's been amazing buzz in the room and in the networking. I know I've had some really useful conversations, and I hope you all have too.
Yeah, just following on from what you just said, it's been a fantastic summit. I hope you all would agree how good it's been. And for me, it's been very insightful, and I've been educated really well in the e-bike sector, because for me, I didn't know that much and have a great deal of knowledge actually about e-bikes and just how they can be used and utilized. I guess I came in with a bit of I was blindsided to the fact that I thought it was more older people that rode them and everything. But just hearing how I think it can fit in with my role as the walking and cycling ambassador for the West Midlands, I think it has a massive place where we can put the e-bikes and get them into practice. I like the fact that, you know, we can use them for all different ages and abilities, and we don't need to just think of them as exercise, but actually as travel and transport. So I think it serves many purposes. And I'd like to, actually, I'm sticking around after this, and I'd like to come out and try a whole array of different bikes if you would have me on some of your products. That'd be fantastic. So with that, I hand over to Aid and Richard, and they will conclude from me. There you go. Thank you.
So thanks so much, everybody. Thanks, Marie. Thanks, Sinead. I think today's been a really, really remarkable day, and I think a day of engagement with genuinely the world's e-bike leaders. I hope this has been a catalyst for ideas and engagement for all of you in the room. I hate to pick out one single person, but I will do that and pick out Kevin for his truly inspirational speech at the end about the real impact and potential for the sector across the whole of the UK, Europe, and beyond. So thanks very much indeed, Kevin. But this event really isn't about the event in itself. It's a means to an end. Last year, we hosted the inaugural Oxford EV Summit in the automotive sector. Apologies for that. But I can happily report that it really genuinely did deliver. It brought partners together, led by Oxford City Council here. And last week, we had news that it delivered a £20 million project off the back of a conversation that was launched at the EV Summit. And hopefully something similar will happen here in the room today. So, I mean, we aimed to bring together the key constituencies of interest to make this happen: investors, cycling OEMs, cycle industry bodies, the automotive sector, retailers, and the public sector. Hopefully, we've achieved that, and hopefully the summit will deliver. I would now like to hand over to Richard Hughes, our sponsor, who will make a few concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
So I think it's, I recognise I'm now between you and either a journey home or a drink at the bar. I think really a lot of it's already been said. What I would like to say is that I think these are very special events. So we sponsor the electric vehicle and also this e-bike summit. I think the format is really important. So as EDF Energy, we're a big company, as I said at the start, we're the country's largest generator and supplier of low carbon electricity, but this is a particularly unique format. I think, you know, and not just the fact today it's been a sunny day and we've been able to sort of whiz around on bikes, but, you know, the opportunity to network, such a fantastic array of panelists, and I think the opportunity for so many conversations. I don't see this at any of the other events that either I personally go to or we get involved in. So, and that takes everybody's commitment, the speakers, each of your openness to conversations, to dialogue, to debate, really makes for a fantastic day. And we had the weather to boot as well. So thank you, everybody. I think maybe a round of applause for everybody, for all of us for today. Safe travels and enjoy the drinks afterwards. Cheers.